Drink.
My God. Okay. Despite technical difficulties, we persist. I think we're back up.
Okay, we'll get back with you. Apologies if you have lost your stream for a few minutes there. We're having some difficulties with the streaming software today. Hopefully, we've got plenty of time though for Sam to get on top of it, bringing you the first 90 minutes and the last 90 minutes. So, welcome to those of you that haven't been on the stream yet because it was down when you tried to get to it, and welcome back those that are stuck with us as we battle some technical difficulties. Battle to watch at the moment on track is the battle for second place. You've got HTS Racing Blue. They're 6.5 seconds down for first, getting no tow, no help from their stablemates. And they have got Australia Ride Racing Purple and Vermilion Motorsports right behind them. Australia Ride Racing Purple have been sacked within half a second for a couple of laps now. And then you've got Vermilion Motorsports. They are just as close to Australia Ride Racing Purple, but neither has made the move. Neither able to get in front of HTS Racing Blue. Not sure why that is. Not sure if that's a deliberate play to make sure they're saving fuel and just, really punish HTS Racing Blue and making them push the air out of the way at the front of this pack, or if we will see a move at some point here. We're only 19 minutes into the race. Each stint is going to be about an hour long, so about a third of the way into the stint. Tyres are going to be beautiful right now. They've lost a little bit of fuel. Cars are going to be feeling pretty good. And the pace is okay. It's not stellar. Pace at the front. The HTS Racing Yellow are running 1 minute 30.5. That's the kind of pace I'd expect to see at the front of this race. That's a good pace. Behind them, HTS Racing Blue, their last lap was only a 1:30.9, which is a little bit slower than I'd expect for the leader of that group. 1 minute 30.7 for Australia Ride Racing Purple. So you can see they're the fastest car in that trio, battling for second at the moment. And then you got 1 minute 31 down to 1 minute 31.8 down the rest of the field. One of the fastest guys on track at the moment, actually, is Spyro the Lambo. They're in 13th place. They had a drive-through penalty at the start, which is right at the back of the grid, but they're putting in 1 minute 31 deads pretty consistently, which is about 3/4 of a second faster than the 2 or 3 cars ahead of them, and basically matching pace with this battle pack for second. So they're a car that might come back through the field despite the drive-through. Obviously, in a 6-hour race, drive-through is punishing, it hurts, but you've got a lot of time to make time back, and you can probably still get to the position you would expect to have been in. So watch for them to try and come through the pack if their drivers are all of the same pace. And I've got a little bit of guilty knowledge there, they're not. Mainly me, I'm slower. But further up in the grid, we have some very strong teams. HTS Racing Yellow, HTS Racing Blue, Australia Ride Racing Purple, and Vermilion Motorsport. All those teams have got really fast drivers. All of the drivers are really quick. So expect that battle for second to rage and rage and rage. 7.5 seconds back from HTS Racing Yellow in the lead. Like to see whether that comes down. And looks like we got some battling here. Vermilion Motorsport trying to go around the outside of ILEC Motorsports. Let's brave. ILEC Motorsports got the inside line. Yep, they're going to make that stick here. Let's see if they make another battle going down the start-finish straight. So he'll sitting behind him here, look to see if he tries to carry a lot more speed through these penultimate corners. These penultimate corners are the key to a strong lap around here. They're going to break around that 75 to 50 meter mark, depending on the car, depending on how hard you want to push it. Somewhere in there, how hard you brake is going to be crucial there, because the harder you brake, the more weight you get onto the front, more grip on the front, but then the rears can come round if you're not careful, particularly later on in the stint. So you're going to see cars perhaps brake a little bit later in the stint, put a little bit more weight onto the front tyres, knowing the rear tyres can handle that and they can get a little bit more turning, and then gradually brake a little bit earlier but a little bit less hard as they go through the stint to try and just give those rears a little bit of a break. It's going to be up to each driver how well they can handle the tyres going off towards the end of the stint and how comfortable they are really pushing the braking there. So this is the second Vermilion Motorsports entry. So this is Vermilion Motorsports Black that we are watching right now, being driven by Oliver Patterson. He is chasing down Chris Henn for ILEC Motorsports, 3/4 of a second behind them. Believe it or not, this isn't the closest battle on track. You can see behind them Clint Collard and Andrew Burhop. there's only half a second between the two of them as well. So that's why you got two great battles on screen for you right now. They're just coming into the start of in the second sector at the moment. You've got these two left-handers, both really tricky corners. They're somehow the easiest corners on the circuit, but still really tricky. There isn't an easy corner around here. And here, you're just trying to get on the throttle as early as you can, carry the speed through here, get all the way over to the exit onto that green bit. And then here we are. This is one of the key corners. Braking, third or fourth gear. It's up to personal preference and what's faster for the cars. I haven't driven all the cars, so I can't comment on what gear it is for each car. I know in the Lambo, it's really on the bubble between whether you go third or fourth. I think fourth's a little bit quicker, but a bit later in a stint. Third might give you a little bit more security. And then that last corner, they're going to be pushing because they know how key it is. And you know that first corner is one of the best overtaking opportunities on the track, along with the second corner, which we're going to get to soon. Well, the third corner, because you've got this little kink in the middle that isn't really a corner because it's flat out. But if you go over it, you're going to see some cars have to slow down and stop in straight. So if you see any cars behaving weirdly and stop in straight, that is what has happened. Watch down here. So this is... Oh, here we got here. This is Brett Barker for HR Media. That is not the name of the team. So this is Kidney Stone Brothers Racing and HGS Racing Green doing battle. HGS Racing, you can very distinct delivery, same as two cars up front, green tyres, HGS Racing Green. And then in that beautiful red and gold livery, that's Kidney Stone Brothers Racing. I love that livery. It's a great look. Running our series sponsors, Login Systems, on the side to make it even prettier. A big thank you to Login Systems for their support of this series, for allowing us to bring you this broadcast and the broadcasts for all of the races in this series. 2 more races to go after this, the 4 hours of Road Atlanta and the 8 hours of Bathurst, which I'm sure will get a few extra entries because being an Australian sim racing group, we absolutely adore Bathurst. How are you going there, Sam? You had much time to enjoy the racing so far?
Not really. I've been, no, I've just every now and then been going, oh yeah, I need to change cameras and make sure that we're actually showing a proper battle while I'm fiddling around with other things. So, yeah, reach out. If you see something on the timing screens and go, oh, I think we should watch that, chuck me a line. I could be up to some other business.
Yeah, or if you're ever sat in the broadcast rating room and you've been sat there for a while, just send us a line. I don't have much real estate on my screen, so I can't keep live vision of that. And we'll bring you into comms box. So if you are listening, you'd like to get into the comms box, let us know how your race is going. Please feel free to join us. I'm guessing after 25 minutes, there's not too much to tell so far, but particularly later on in the race, it'd be great to have you up with us in the comms box. And of course, especially after the race, we'd like to do a bit of a post show, get the thoughts and feelings of the main protagonists. Hopefully there's not any antagonists, but occasionally we do have some. After there's been some late race incidents, more so in the shorter categories where you've got shorter races, not so much in the endurance, where people tend to be a little bit more respectful because everyone knows you're putting in a lot of time to get prepared, to make sure you got your setup, to sort out your team members, sort out your stints, and nobody wants to be the one that ruins another team's race because they got a little bit heavy-handed around the last few laps.
Absolutely. And talking about protagonists as well, it would be remiss to not mention HTS Racing Yellow are almost out to 10 seconds in front, which is a very impressive feat this early in the race. They've just been building up that lead, half a second a lap or so for the last since they started out, and that's Todd Hayne in that car leading Jared Knight in second behind him.
Yeah, they're driving it absolutely superbly, about half a second faster than anybody else on the track. Their battle second, third and fourth, they're doing 1 minute 31 deads. Todd Hayne has been in the 1 minute 30.5s pretty consistently around that time. And then others in the field, there's a bit of a mix between low 1 minute 31s to high 1 minute 31s. No one really running consistently in the 132, so it's a pretty tight field in terms of pace. But you are going to see some of those gaps form where people make little mistakes and they have the old lap that is a second slower. Thankfully, we don't have a back marker anymore. Spyro the Lambo have made that gap up after the drive-through there. Came out about 6 seconds behind. They're now battling live with HTS Racing Green. We're now watching HTS Racing Blue as they try and defend from Major in the Australia Ride Racing Purple entry and Economos in the Vermilion Motorsports entry. And that is close. That is very, very close. Not making a move. That tells me that that is a deliberate play to make sure they are getting the fuel saving from running behind HTS Racing Blue. They were so close. They definitely could have made a move if they wanted to. Might not necessarily have worked. Oh, he's flashing his lights. I think that's telling me he's going to make a move at the inside. Suddenly put out on the inside. Goes for it.
Oh, there's a nudge.
Oh, bit of door bang in there.
And he's going to let both of them through. As Economos is right alongside going into this next corner. He'll have that inside line, and it looks like he's getting the slipstream. No, okay. Looks like not in that BMW has been able to cut it off. Although, yeah.
We just lost your mic a little bit there, Sam, but I think we got the gist of what you were saying. HS Racing Blue losing the position to Australia Ride Racing Purple. Finally deciding they were going to make the move, flashing the lights to let them know. Still ended up with a little bit of door banging. Be interesting to know whether Race Control have a look at that or decide it's clean racing. I think at that point just decide it's clean racing in the braking zone. Hard to get it absolutely right, and at the end of the day, it didn't hurt either car too much. But what it did do is it put HS Racing Blue under pressure from Vermilion Motorsport, and Vermilion Motorsport not able to get past in the end. Both running the same car, both running the BMW, and pretty equal straight line performance, obviously, up the straight, and Vermilion Motorsport not able to effect the overtake, and HTS Racing Blue holding on to third place. I wonder what HTS Racing Blue are thinking. They might not mind this. It might just help them a little bit with fuel. We said that the getting to the 1 hour was a little bit marginal, depending on your car. So this might just be a blessing in disguise for them, helping them save a little bit of fuel. It might just mean they get there a little bit more comfortably, not having to save quite as much fuel. And Australia Ride Racing Purple, it'll be interesting to see what their pace is, because they've been so tucked up behind HTS Racing Blue for the first half hour of this race that they've not been able to show what their true pace might be. There might be no quicker. There might be the slipstream that's helping to keep the pace. It may just be exactly the same pace as HTS Racing Blue, or they might be a little bit quicker, because we know there is more time in this track, because HTS Racing Yellow have been showing it 11 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack, driving away like it's nobody's business.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's given the car in second a little bit of breathing room now in our major, with those two fighting behind him, which they'll like. I'll just go back. We'll do a couple of quick replays, just for a few recent overtakes.
All right, so this is HTS Racing Red. Going wide there by the looks of it.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to get overtaken by
There you go.
the car behind them, which is Tactis Racing Blue.
Oliver Patterson and Chris Henn had a great battle by the looks, because they passed each other and then came back again.
Yeah, so this is the Vermilion Motorsports Black and Australia Wide and ILEC Motorsport. We saw them doing battle a little bit earlier, so ILEC Motorsport. Oh, the inside, that's brave. That's respectful, giving him plenty of space on the outside there. And yeah, you can't, it's hard to go too wide out there because that natural line takes you so wide at the exit. And Vermilion Motorsports Black deciding to take the smart option there, not battle out around that corner and let's fight another day. Here we're watching Brett Barker. So this is Kidney Stone Brothers Racing and HTS Racing Green. Kidney Stone Brothers Racing up the inside. Absolutely textbook. Are HTS Racing Green going to get the undercut though? Are they going to get the up and under, which means taking a wider line at entry, cutting back in and staying on the inside of the exit, but getting a better run, getting on the power earlier to allow you to make a move down into the next corner? No, they aren't, and it looks like Kidney Brothers Racing, yeah, taking that corner nice and safe. They have affected the overtake.
And this
Good
was
move.
the pass for P2, just from a bit of a different angle.
Let's watch
Because
this
we
again.
saw there was some contact. He's come right across. It wasn't much in it at least, but that's really sort of taken that BMW a bit offline and really made him vulnerable to the car behind.
Yeah, really look like both cars coming towards each other, so I don't think there'll be anything from race control there.
No.
Not even noted so far. And I think that's the right call. Both cars seem to move a little bit off their initial line. And if there was touch, it was the barest of touches. I don't think it actually affected them much in the end. It looked like it was a little bit unstable anyway in the braking zone. I might be wrong. It wasn't in the car, but that's how it looks like from here. Would you sort of agree with that, Sam?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think there's anything in that. It was pretty hard racing, probably veering over further to the left by the Mercedes there was a little bit cheeky, but yeah, nothing in it that you would actually get pinged for, and I don't think. As well in our comments, what's going on, Connor? Well, we're watching some pretty good racing at the moment, and I hope you're enjoying it as well. Let us know if you've got any insights on what's going on in any team, if you're racing today as well. And also thank you for the love of the coverage as well from our New Zealand friend.
Connor, I believe, will be racing today for Vermilion Motorsports, if I've got that right. I hope I have. I've been talking to Connor a little bit. It's been in a few of the series I commentate. We then got got a couple of battles on track. We got Vermilion Motorsports, who just mentioned, they're in fourth. They've not been able to get past HGS Racing Blue after seeing Australia Ride Racing Purple manage it. The pace of this pack has increased though. So Aaron Major in the Australia Ride Racing Purple entry, since getting past, before he got past, they were doing 1 minute 31 deads. He's now dropped into 1 minute. His last lap was a 1 minute 30.45. He's matching the pace of the lead, and now he's paid that gap out at 11 seconds. So that's a really good effort from Australia Ride Racing Purple. It just shows he was getting hold up. He did have more pace. We've got HGS Racing Blue here. He's up this pace just a touch. Just a touch. 1 minute 30.8 compared to 1 minute 31. I think that's just the toe that he's had from HGS Australia Ride Racing Purple, helping him out a little bit. So I think that 31 dead is his genuine pace. And what we're seeing with the increase in pace is just because he's got a car in front of him now, giving him a bit of a toe. And then Vermilion Motorsports just able to stick with him, but not able to get past. So I wonder if they do have a little bit more pace as well, but just not enough to affect an overtake around here. Particularly in an endurance race, you don't want to take any risks trying to make an overtake. You want to wait until it's pretty secure. We saw with Australia Ride Racing Purple, they had the opportunity to go up the inside at corner one, didn't do it, decided to make sure that they could get a good, clean overtake at corner 3 instead. And now watching ILEC Motorsport trying to defend from Vermilion Motorsport Black. Less than a quarter of a second between them. Let's have a look if there any move comes here. It won't come here. If there is a move, I imagine it'll be at corner 1 at the end of the start-finish straight.
Yeah, as well, Liam. I'm not convinced these guys are really at full pace yet. I probably expect to be seeing 29s, 28s by the end of this stint. I'm not sure if you agree in your practice, but having driven this last year and not being a particularly good GT3 racer, I think it was in the 29s that we were getting into. So we'll see what happens when this fuel burns down, and I don't know if you have any intel on the tyre wear and that sort of thing as well around here, Liam.
Yeah, so I'm also not a great GT3 driver. It's not the car I main or definitely tend to go better in the open wheel series. Although saying that, didn't go very well in the USF 2000 on Friday. But when I did a stint around here, I found that by the end of the stint, tyres were going off for me. I was really struggling, particularly in the last 2 corners. Those rear tyres just giving up. I did have a couple of spins though, so that wouldn't have helped. So I will be interested to see the lap times. We saw 1 minute 29s and low 1 minute 29s in qualifying, so that lap time definitely is in the cars.
I'm just going to have to stop you for a sec, because we've got people saying let's go Australia-wide racing. We've got a great pass of P7, which I'm about to show apparently, and we've got a couple of people in our green room, Ben Faulkner and Connor Nixon, so I better let them in to have a chat to you.
You're cutting in and out massively, Sam, so you might want to have a look at your mic settings.
Good.
We've got Ben Faulkner and Colin Nixon joining us in the commentary box. Pleasure to have you alongside us, chaps. How's it going so far? Of course, both driving for Vermilion Motorsport. We've got that right.
Not too bad. Cars are still on track, which is nice. The boys are doing well. Yeah.
How do you think your pace is? Because you've been, particularly the lead car, you've been in 4th place for quite a while now. Keeping pace pretty easy. Do you think you've got a bit more pace in the car if you can get past HGS Racing Blue, or do you think this is about it?
Yeah.
I think we have a bit more. I think we're trying to save a little bit of fuel at the moment. the car we originally had set up for about 10 degrees colder temperatures, so we're just trying to manage the understeer and get it around the course. But yeah, at the moment we're just target to try and beat HGS Racing Blue so we can get in front of them in the championship. But yeah, so we'll just see how we go.
Yeah, absolutely. Been within a second for I think the entirety of the race so far. Wouldn't be surprised if the HGS Racing Blue is feeling a little bit of pressure. I certainly would be if I had a car that close behind me the whole time. Have you made any attempts to overtake yet, or just sat behind him because of, like you said, the fuel um, being a key
Yeah,
factor here?
I think we were going to just see how the Mercedes was out by themselves. We know that they were heavily fuel saving, so we let them go a bit so that they could not burn or not save as much fuel. But we were going to slip through them at the point when they passed, but didn't manage to slip past that point. So just staying behind them, save some fuel, and out strategize them.
Yeah, at this
Yeah.
point, yeah, I think yeah, I think Kenny's just I think there's a little bit of, like Ben said, just understeer, which we were trying to manage last night. We've only had probably a day's worth of practice and not even that. We're like, oh, it's on tomorrow, so we had to throw something together. So yeah, luckily Ben and Kenny and myself could put a setup together and then try and figure out the setup for the Ferrari at the same time as well. But the boys have done well. But yeah, it's a last minute thing's never good because we had our big endurance on Saturday night as well. So a lot of running around for that as well.
How did the big endurance go?
Good. Yeah, I think Ben could have more understanding, more clarification, but from the com box, it was yeah enjoyable. Having sitting there with Aaron having a yarn. So yeah, no, it was enjoyable.
Yeah, comms box is good fun. Always good fun having a yawn in the comms box. I love it. It's
100%.
great fun. Um, are you surprised by the pace at all? I must admit, I expected the pace to be a little bit higher than this.
I think it's actually where it should be, to be honest. I mean, 38 degrees. I think with the Beamer with our understeer, unless you've got a setup that's ultra pointy, yeah, I think the pace has kind of just died off just because of temperatures, to be honest.
Yeah, it has picked up a little bit since Australia Rally Racing Purple moved into second. It's good to see more cars because the pack of you were doing like 1 minute 31 deads pretty consistently, and it's just dipped into that now to be mid to high 1 minute 30s consistently. That's more the pace I was expecting um, for the race. And Chris Henn as well in the Arlec Motorsport entry. He's just in his best lap of the race, a 1 minute 30.84. So that car seems to be coming alive a little bit. Good to see them get under the 1 minute 31s as well. Most cars now running at that sort of bubble, anywhere from a 1 minute 31 dead to 1 minute 31.5 if you're in the second half of the running, and in the top half they're running 1 minute 30.5s to 1 minute 31s. I think the only car really consistently at the 1 minute 30.5 is Todd Hayne in the HTS Racing yellow entry, just a cut above the rest at the moment.
Yeah, currently with those HDS cars, I'll tell you what, their setups are just stuck to the ground. It looks like, um, it looks like they've just got a bunch of glue and slapped it on. But yeah, just sitting there, I guess.
Yeah, they're quick, aren't they? You can see why HTS Racing yellow's at the top of the championship.
Yep.
They are they're a class outfit.
I'm just waiting for Bathurst at this point, personally. But yeah, they're definitely good.
Oh, I'm not looking forward to Bathurst. That is GT3 at Bathurst is my worst car track combination. I can't do it. I just can't do it.
Yeah, I think it was weird for me when I went from a V8 to a GT at Bathurst. I had to relearn everything. I was like, this is not fun. Then, yeah, I think 2 weeks later, I was like, hey, I'm used to this. It's good fun actually. Um,
It's just
but
the
yeah.
top of the hill. It's so sketchy at the top of the hill. You sort of partial throttle, and if you don't have enough throttle, you don't have enough grip at the back end, and you end up spinning. And if you have too much throttle, you end up spinning. And it's
It's just such a back and forth in it. Like, I think it's just a setup as well. If the setup's not
yeah,
right, I think it's one of those things. If you have too much wing, you're not fast down the straight. If you've got not enough wing, you slipping and sliding all across the hill, which 90% of the track is corners. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird one.
It is a weird one, but that's why I love it, right? It's such an iconic track because it's got so much personality. Because it's not quite like anything else, particularly in Australia and really around the world.
Yeah, I think it's quite funny. You look at most of our Australian tracks and Phillip Island and Oran Park and Winton and Bathurst on the iRacing servers. They're all a little bit sketchy in their own little ways. They've all got hills and cambered corners. Like they're not. I think that's why we all love them, to be honest.
It is, isn't it? It is. The more, for me, for a racetrack, the more undulation you've got, the better. I think the only exception to that is Silverstone, which doesn't seem to need it.
I'm sure that's one of your favourites.
Oh, I love Silverstone. I absolutely love it. Although saying that, it's only recently that I've really cracked the S's. Used to always struggle through there, but recently I've got a lot better through there in any car that I'm driving. So that's been fun. So otherwise I would have said I hated it before that. Really, it's just I hate the tracks I'm slow at, and I love the ones that I'm fast at. That's be real.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that's everyone, to be honest. Red Bull's not my favourite, to be honest. So yeah,
Red Bull
because I'm
is
slow.
it's just such a tricky car. You can't afford to give up any time at any corner, and if you do, it's like twice as penalising because almost every corner is so crucial. I mean that corner they've just gone through, we just watched the Million Motorsport go through. It's one of the only ones you can give up a little bit of time and not lose a heap because you got another corner soon after. But if you get that exit there wrong, you lose what, quarter of a second at least.
Yeah, at least. Yeah, but that's why we got Kenny in the car. So yeah.
Would you say he's your strongest driver? I just expect most cars to have the strongest drivers in what?
I think Ben could have his own opinion about that one, but I think all the boys are. I think we're all three of us pretty matched. Like, I mean, I'm probably 3/10 off, but yeah, I think I think everyone's very close when it comes to race pace, and people have a look at lap times and go, oh, mate's like 2/10 quicker. But in a race situation, like you can see here with Kenny just sitting behind one of the HCS, like he's just sitting there saving fuel and just being tactical about it, I guess. I think that's a good word to use, and using his noggin. Compared to most racing, you're trying to get by and throw it up the inside and not using any brain cells. So I think it's a weird one when you say about pace. I think on a quality lap, Ben is the quicker one at the moment. But race pace, I think it's Kenny, Ben. They're pretty matched, and I'm just there for the exposure. So, but yeah.
And with race pace as well, particularly in an endurance race, and since they made the change to make the tires more critical, it's not just how fast can you go consistently. It's how fast can you go consistently for the entirety of a stint, because that's quite different, particularly now. So we're at the 45-minute mark. The tires, for anyone that's not been looking after the tires are going to start going off around now. They're really going to start filling it, and I think this is the danger zone for a lot of teams. Like if we see any instance particularly in those last two corners over the next 15 minutes, it will be because they haven't looked after those tires and they've just had to punish the tires too much to get the pace that they're achieving. And I think we're going to see who is good on tires and who can put together a full stint in the next 15 minutes.
100%. I did see you're registered, Liam. Are you jumping in the car eventually?
Yeah. I'm gonna do a stint in the in between the two com booth stints. So I'll be doing the middle stint for Spyro the Lambo.
You're gonna be getting out sweating and everything, and go, oh, now I've got to talk.
Yeah, well, it's a 3-hour gap, so thankfully I can do my stint and have a little bit of a gap. The 4-hour races, they're not long enough. I can't really do it. The 8 hours are the best because I've got plenty of time to sort of do 2 stints and have a break and eat. I'm gonna have to find time to eat at some point. But it's
great marker.
It's good fun. I put the team together before there was a broadcast. So
well done.
So after that, I was like, okay, cool. I'll do both, I guess. It'll be good fun. We got a drive-through at the start, so no pressure on me, which is nice.
Oh, nice. I was going to say we should have just thrown you in a Vermilion car in the Ferrari.
Maybe if you want to finish in 9th or 10th, or you'll be happy. I'm looking at the pace and I'm just starting to think. I was pretty happy at the start. Everyone was getting a little bit slow. I was like, I can do this. Now I'm looking at them like the 1 minute 31 deaths. I'm like, That might be a struggle for me.
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, I'm just looking at Kenny's lap time, and he's kind of fluctuating. I think he's got the pace, but I think he's just fuel saving, which is we should probably not be saying this on the broadcast because HCS are probably watching. So hi, boys. But yeah, I think it's a fuel game this race, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it will be. I don't know if it's the same for the BMW, assuming it is, but when I did the full stint in the Lambo by myself, I think I got about 55 minutes out of the tank. So we needed to find another 2-3 laps in terms of fuel, and that'll be about our fuel saving. I haven't ran in traffic though, so I think in traffic we might actually just about not really need to do much. But I'm also the slowest in the team, I think, around this track. So we'll see. I actually don't know how one of my team members has been going. I've seen Brody Jeopardy's in the car at the moment. I know his lap times. I know he's generally the quickest. I don't know about Brody Tress, who's our third driver. He fluctuates a bit between being on Brody's pace or my pace, and I'm generally a quarter of a second to half a second off Sheps, who's incredible racer. I'm trying to get him to do more of the GSRC because he's really quick and he'd be a good asset in some of the series, but haven't been able to convince him yet.
Convincing is very hard. We've got a few of those. We're like, come race. No.
Yeah. Like, I'm only doing all these series. I'm like, well, stop doing them and come do these ones.
Yeah. It's quite funny. We've got so many, I think, team members. We've got a good group of guys that do like Formula Fords in your Toyota 86s. Then we've got another group, like Oliver and I, that do V8s. Then like we've probably got 7 drivers that drive GT3. So it's such a weird combination. But it seems like we're just everywhere right now. And plus we're doing NASCAR now, trying to go to the American market, which is quite interesting right now. So yeah, it's definitely an interesting one when you've got everyone in a certain place and everyone's got a schedule and everyone's just got their things to do, and trying to get everyone together is it's like herding cats sometimes.
Yeah, I can imagine. And plus, everybody's got those pesky real life things, like bloody jobs and family that just get in the way.
How terrible are they? Yeah.
Oh, they're just the worst. The worst. Like, I can't complain too much. I was what was I doing? I think I was doing commentary. Was it last Monday or the Monday before? And my partner just randomly brought me in like some food and a drink, which was lovely.
Oh, nice.
And I was trying to not get the munching sounds through the mic and trying to like tee off questions and then take a bite before they can answer.
You have my struggles. I'm glad someone's got my struggles. Yeah, so when I was commentating last night, we had Mum bring me in a cupcake with a black coffee, but she used a dark roast, and oh my god, I felt like hair was coming out of my eyeballs. But I was pinging everywhere, and it made the commentary a lot quicker, that's for sure. But but really, yeah, trying to eat and talk and mute your mic, and it's not easy.
It's actually fascinating if you experiment with it, and you experiment about having like a load of sugar, a load of coffee before a broadcast, and then doing it without. Like, you can hear the difference. You can really and particularly with coffee. If you have a milky one, you can hear the noise from the microphone. It's like really gross once you notice it, and it's because of the milk. It just makes you salivate more, and you can hear it. We're just watching a replay of Spar the Lambo going off track. Going wide there, easily done. Getting 2 wheels on the gravel. I wouldn't have hurt him too much, I can't imagine, but that'll be one X that I can spend when I drop in the car later. Got a few got a few battles going on here. So Vermilion Motorsport, as we know, they've been behind HTS Racing Blue the whole time, and they're just stuck to them like Woody and Buzz at the back of the moving truck, just not able to get in there. Currently, we've just seen who's this? Adam Burhop. So this is I Like Motorsport. They've been in the battle with Vermilion Motorsport Black, and they've been that's not Vermilion Motorsport Black though, is it?
No,
that's purple. So that's Tactics Racing. Yeah, Tactics Racing Green and Australia Ride Racing.
Tell you what, Clint's been doing really well in that Audi R8. It's he's been driving a lot recently. He's been doing very well with his all his busy work, and somehow he can find time to race and do really well. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, that is really good. It's hard when you don't get much track time, and
Yeah.
I mean, I assume there's a reason the Audi's not in favor currently.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. I think last season we saw Dench in the Audi, and he did really well. But I think this season's you're either in a Beamer or a Lambo or a Ferrari. But I think personally, I think Ben can agree with me if he's still there or he's munching on food. That the Ferrari is probably the best to drive. By far, and the reason I say that is because we won it in Sebring, so you know I think if you win it one race, you kind of go, well, this is my favorite car. Brett Barker in the inside gets the move,
There's
keeps the inside.
Kidney
Nice.
Stone Brothers Racing and HGS Racing Red. HGS Racing Red, the car behind now. Kidney Stone Brothers Racing effecting the overtake. That was nice. That was textbook.
Yeah, very. I think it was actually God, my commentating brain's starting to turn on. I was going to say I think he was actually covering. I don't think it was a overtake.
Yeah, may very well be right there.
Yeah.
I just passed my eyes over to the timing screens a little bit late there.
Yeah.
And just to clarify earlier, that was Tactics Racing Green and Australia Ride Racing Purple we were watching, and I was getting confused because on the timing screen, the little color banner next to Tactics Racing Green is purple, which was I was getting really confused. I was like, which what? But it was Tactics Racing Green, which was the green car, and Australia Ride Racing Purple, which was the purple car, and neither of their colors on my timing screen quite matched to what the car colors were, which is where I was getting quite confused. And we're now watching. What's this going to be? So this is Sparrow the Lambo. Oh, is it going to be getting an overtake attack to Racing Blue? Yes, nice. Slow down, yeah.
Well, we might love and leave you guys. We might see you a bit later. We need to go back. No. Mate, I'm a paid commentator. Get a bit of moolah before I get into the commentary box, mate. Businessman, mate. Businessman.
Thanks for
Boys.
joining us, guys. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks,
Enjoy.
guys.
You
Thanks,
too.
guys. Good luck with your scent, Liam.
Okay, it's gone nice. It's gone quiet again now. Yeah, drivers don't get paid. Oh, I shouldn't say that. Drivers not commentating full time don't get paid. Right, so here we go. HGS Racing Blue on screen now. They've got Vermilion Motorsports behind them, as has been the story for the whole of this first stand, as we've heard from the Vermilion Motorsport guys, Ben Fulton and Connor Nixon, who kindly joined us in the comments box to provide us some entertainment. They've been fuel saving. They're just waiting to see how it all plays out, playing tactically. They don't think they've got much more pace than this, so they're just saving their fuel, biding the time, making sure they're good on fuel, and then we might see them try and put the hammer down a little bit in the next couple of stints and get past HGS Racing Blue before the end of the race. That's definitely their target, as they pointed out. They're 1 point behind them in the championship, so beating HGS Racing Blue is the goal, but that doesn't necessarily mean you need to overtake them immediately. And we just got on screen the penalty points, which is a great addition. Thank you, Sam. As you can see, I Like Motorsport already getting a slowdown. 31x already in the first stint. It could be a long race for I Like Motorsport. 30. It's 30 for a 6 hour, 40 for an 8 hour, according to the Yeah, everyone is gonna want it. It's gonna be interesting to see. I think you're right. Everyone's going to want to get to that area. Everyone's going to want to bank that little bit of fuel and make sure they're safe towards the end of the race. You know, you don't want to be forced to save in the last stint because you've gone short on all your other stints, and it's so marginal anyway. I think they'll want to just make sure they get there if they can. The only car I can imagine not doing that would be HGS Racing Yellow. Potentially, if they decided to burn for fuel, make sure they build that lead, and then sort of use that to fuel save later on. I can imagine that being a tactic. We'll have to wait and see. Just want to call out Vermilion Motorsport again. You mentioned about the X's, 2x only to them compared to HGS Racing Blue on 15 and Australia Rod Racing Purple on 10. So HGS Racing Blue and Purple, they're going to have to rein it in if they want to avoid a drive-through, which could gift Vermilion Motorsport second place without having to do any overtaking if it goes on like this. I like Motorsport. They've got 32x on screen, but they haven't made a drive-through yet, as far as I can tell, because that 5th place, they've been there all race, and I'd be surprised if they were able to do a drive-through and not lose 3 or 4 places, given how much time Spyro the Lambo lost earlier on, putting them straight back to the back of the pack and quite a few seconds off the pack. So we'll have to wait and see. It might be wrong, but I'd be surprised if they've served it yet.
Yes, well, I've just added the top speeds that these guys have seen to the graphic as well, and look at the pace of that Ferrari. It looks to be by far the highest top speed car out there, so maybe a little bit more difficult in the corners given where they're at, but very quick in a straight line, so potentially able to secure those overtakes a bit easier, as we might be seeing here as the car in front goes into the pits. It's the first major pitter of this round on the 59 minutes in.
I like Motorsport, so they might be serving a drive-through. We'll have to wait and see if they actually stop in the box or whether they just drive through. But we are seeing more cars pit as well. Tactics Racing Green, they've pitted, as of Australia Ride Racing Purple. So that's 6th, 7th and 8th currently. They're all pitting.
Stopping.
So Arlec is stopping, so this won't be a drive-through. Might be wrong. So for the 8 hours, it's 40x's. So I don't know if they moved to 40x for this race, even though it's 6 hour, just because of the nature of the Red Bull circuit. I do believe it was. I did see conversations in the Discord, and I didn't see any confirmation of that. So should be 30.
Let us know in the comments if you do know and you're racing at the moment and are struggling with incident points. It would be good to have that information on there.
Yeah, more cars pitting now. Spyro the Lambo is in. HTS Racing Green, Tactics Racing Green also in. So a bunch of cars making their pit stop for fuel and for tyres on that 1 hour mark. So that will see them get to the end of the race in 6 stints, which works out nicely whether you've got 2 or 3 drivers, because it's either 3 stints or 2 stints for every driver. Lovely maths there. Love it when it's a nice even number and not a pesky prime number like 5 or 7. I mean, you can't get an even amount of stints for everybody. We should just do away with prime numbers. No, let's not do that. We couldn't do that. That would be impossible, and they are very, very important in mathematics. Anyway, back to the... we've had a mathematics segue. We're now back to the battle for second place. HGS Racing Blue still ahead of Vermilion Motorsports. Interestingly, they're going another lap. Australia Ride Racing Purple have pitted from second place. They had about a 2-second lead going into the pits. We'll have to see whether the undercut is enough to put the likes of HGS Racing Blue and Vermilion Motorsport out in front, whether they will be able to, you know, make a move here under the pit stops. Really interesting, because 2 seconds under pit stops, it's not a big enough lead to be sure that you're going to maintain that going out in front. And we can see now these pit stops have really jumbled up the cars on track. So behind these 2 cars here, you're seeing Tactics Racing Green and Spyro the Lambo. There's only a second between those 2 cars behind them, but of course they've been overlapped now, and they've only been overlapped because of this pitting. They've both pitted, so they are effectively in a different race now to these 2 cars in front, despite occupying roughly the same area of the track. Both cars are using all of the curb, which is lovely to see. Avoiding that curb on the inside, because it can unsettle the car, just lifts the 2 wheels on the left up, and it can cause you to spin a little bit, so it is a little bit safer to stay off it. and I don't think there's really any lap time gain from going over it. Let's see here, they'll hit that curb on the inside and both dive into the pit lane. So we've got a pit lane race right here, right now. Both cars, I don't think either car made much time on pit entry. Both cars got to make sure they hit the mark. So we've seen a lot of drivers go too far forward in the pits, not stopping it in their box. They then have to reverse, and that can cost you precious seconds of precious positions. Both cars hitting the marks, both cars up on the jacks. I think we'll see these cars leave as they entered, with Vermilion Motorsports just behind HTS Racing Blue. HTS Racing Yellow also now in the pits. So all these cars, they've done a bit of fuel saving. They've made it very comfortably to the 1 hour mark. You can imagine that 2 minutes, that 2-3 minutes over the course of 5 stints. That's 15 minutes that you're saving, give or take. That's quarter of a tank, right? So that's a few seconds in the pits. That's less time driving with a full tank, which means even though you're not saving a stop, you're saving a bunch of time if you can do a similar lap times fuel saving as to what you could without the fuel saving, because say you've been stuck behind a car in front of you and you don't have much more pace, so you just stick behind them because you let off the accelerator earlier. But that just makes it easier for you to pick your braking marker, get it turned in, turn it with absolutely optimal apex speed. So sometimes some drivers, they'll find they're able to fuel save and not lose much time because they're not pushing as hard, and that actually helps them be more consistent. Whereas when they're pushing, yes, they might do the odd lap.
Look at these two. Sorry, wait up, Liam. These two are having a battle now, straight out the pits. Vermilion Motorsport was right behind HGS Racing Blue and was able to get them on that second straight there into corner number 2. So very well done in the pits there from Vermilion Motorsports. Not sure if they took on any less fuel or different tyres or anything like that. They weren't that far split beforehand. Got past.
Pit times were pretty much bang on equal. If anything, Vermilion Motorsport in the pits a little bit longer, 41.88 compared to 41.77 for HGS Racing Blue. But I think they just decided to go for it. Kenny Colomos decided that I've got more pace. I don't want to spend another stint behind them. I've done my hard yakka. I've saved my fuel. We're good for fuel now. We're well over the 1 hour mark. We're going to make it home in another 5 stints easily. I want to show my pace now and see what I can do. So it's going to be interesting. Colomos was in the car for the first stint and he stayed in the car for the second stint, so double stinting here for Vermilion, which will be interesting to compare his pace now compared to what his pace was behind the HTS Racing Blue car in front, which is now being driven by Russ Green, so that's a change in driver for them. Could also be guilty knowledge if he knows the relative pace of the drivers in HTS Racing Blue. Might decide, you know what, I know I'm a bit quicker than this guy. But yeah, thanks for interrupting me, Sam. Good call. Good move there from Vermilion Motorsport to take second place and take second place effectively in the championship should the positions finish as they are. We're now back watching Like Motorsport have fallen behind for Vermilion Motorsport. Black coming back up the inside. That's a bold move, but a beautiful move there from Like Motorsport's Adam Funzelo. So we saw them. They've been ahead of Vermilion. And ahead of Vermilion the whole time. Vermilion looked like they just got through them. The Ferrari, they're using its pace, but not able to maintain the position, and instead, I Like Motorsports coming straight back at them. No indication that they're serving a drive-through penalty, which makes me think that 31x may be either slightly erroneous or it is 40x for a penalty, and they're not quite there yet. But something to watch out for, particularly as they had so many more 1x's than the rest of the field. We're now watching Kenny Colomos, so we'll look to see what his lap time is going to be here. Beautiful line through there. And look at the gap he's pulled already. Massive gap, 2.2 seconds he's pulled. And that's because he's done a 1 minute 30.78 on his first lap out of the pits, compared to a 1 minute 32 for Russ Green in the HGS Racing Blue entry. So that's where that gap's come from. Cracking pace for Kenny Colomos. He's picked up where he left off in the 1 minute 30s. Fastest driver on the track currently, just ahead of HGS Racing Yellow by a 10th. And Russ Green is going to take a few laps to get up to speed.
As well, Liam, what happened now? Friends of fourth place, Australia-wide Racing Purple. Now, weren't they in second for quite a period of time? What happened to them?
They were, and they were 2 seconds ahead of Vermilion.
I thought so.
Good spot. And they're now, what, 7 seconds behind? Really slow last lap, 1 minute 33. Pit time was a second longer than Vermilion and HGS Racing. That explains a second of the gap, but they were 2 seconds ahead, so they've lost 8 seconds somewhere. Which says to me they've probably had an incident, or they've been really, really cautious on pit entry and just not knowing where the pit line is.
Odd. Okay. As well, Adam Burhops jumped to the pits, so let's just. It looks like he left the pits, and then not long after has had an issue. Let's just have a quick look.
So this is Chris.
And then also thanks to Clint Collard for letting us know that it's 30x and then every 10x. So that's pretty tough after every 10x. After that 30x, that's going to be a hard round to you, especially with seeing people really powering through those 1x's already. I don't know, something. I think something probably glitched out either their side or ours, because it doesn't look like there's.
Yeah, they look like they're in the right position on track as well, in 10th position.
Odd. Oh well.
So you can see the lap times they've increased since the pit stops for a lot of teams changing drivers, and it'll take the second drivers a little bit of time to get back up to speed. Those that are double stinting, reaping the benefits though, able to keep those low 1 minute 31s, high 1 minute 30s, which has been about the pace that we saw for a lot of the pack in the first stint, and able to go straight to it. HGS Racing Green here having a spin.
And that's those rears giving up, as you were saying, was happening to you in the final sort of stints on a tyre limbs. So, yeah, would have heated those up a little bit. And I think, is that him being lapped there?
Yeah, that's him being lapped by HGS Racing Yellow. Of course, in part of the same stable, so definitely not going to want to get in the way of the leaders coming through. They'll want to do that at the best of times, even worse when it's effectively a teammate. We're watching here the Kidney Stone brothers.
Yeah, okay, so Tractix Green lost 3 places during the pit stops. So, yeah, I'm trying to work out what happened to them there. What was their pit time? It was. Their pit time was longer, actually. Quite a bit longer. 6 seconds longer than the rest of the pack. So that
tells me they didn't hit the marks.
Yeah. Their pit lane time is. I think there was some sort of error there. Oh, actually. Or.
So while Sam collects his thoughts, we'll just bring up to speed what we're watching here. So here we're watching the battle for 7th place. Australia Ride Racing Pink, they're currently ahead of this battle pack in the Audi. We heard the Familiar Motorsport boys providing some praise there for the speed they're able to get out of that Audi with relatively little preparation time. That's currently being driven by Mark Franklin. And then got John Baldwin in the Kidney Stone Brothers in a distinctive red and gold livery, promoting our series sponsors login systems behind them. And then you got David Johnson, club secretary and the organizer for the Endurance Championship. We thank him for all his hard work. He's double stinting for HGS Racing Red. He's in 9th place currently, all 3 cars within a second. So it's going to be really interesting to see if anybody decides to make a move and try to get to the lead of this pack and try and break away. Currently lapping in the 1 minute 32s, the low 1 minute 32s, which is a pace that a lot of the cars are lapping at the moment. Those low 1 minute 32s. There's been a real split now compared to the first stint where everybody was lapping in. You had basically the first half of the field lapping in the high 1 minute 30s, and then the second half of the field lapping in the low 1 minute 31s. Bit of a wider spread now in lap time. Some cars in the high 1 minute 32s, some in the 1 minute 31, some in the almost 1 minute 31 dead. So now about 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds splitting the field in terms of lap time. whereas really in the first stint that was more like 1.5 seconds. I think we're just seeing as some of the drivers change, and we got some of the lead drivers perhaps stepping out of the cars. A bit more of a difference in pace, particularly compared to those that have stayed in the car versus those that have just got in the car and getting the feel for it, getting used to track conditions. As we heard from the Vermilion Motorsport guys, it's a bit warmer than they expected, so perhaps being told by their teammates, take it easy for the first few laps, get used to it, because you're not going to quite have the grip that you had in practice. And did you manage to collect your thoughts, Sam?
I managed to collect them. I wonder whether the drive-through was involved. I'm not convinced my thoughts are accurate. But where are they at off tracks? 16x. Probably not quite. But depends on what else was going on. I'm not entirely sure. I wonder whether there was a glitch their side, because it was showing that there was a car that sort of disappeared for a while and then jumped to the pits.
Yeah, could have been. Just want to call out in that battle between ILEC Motorsport and Vermilion Motorsport Black. ILEC Motorsport car, currently driven by Adam Funslow, has just managed to pull away. They managed to build that gap for most of the first stint. It was under a second. They were really battling it out, and he's managed to pull that gap to 1.5 seconds now. So looks like ILEC trying to make a break from Vermilion Motorsport Black and give themselves a bit of a breather before hostilities potentially resume. Although looking at that time, just looking at that time drop, so I think it might have been a little bit of a mistake. Starlight Motorsport car, let's cost them quarter of a second there on this current lap. You kind of got three big packs here, so I'll just lay out the landscape for this race. You've got HTS Racing Yellow there, miles ahead, 21 seconds currently. It's going to take something drastic like a safety car, which could occur. We do have live race control here tonight, race control being provided by Sean McLaughlin, Dean Landy, and Josh Maynard, and we've thanked them a heap for what they're doing to allow us to have live race control and live safety car. We've already seen that ping a couple of drivers here already, where they've been involved in incidents, most notably on lap 1 for Spider Lambo getting a drive through. We then got a spread out but a pack of Vermilion Motorsport, HTS Racing Blue, Australia Ride Racing Purple, ILEC Motorsport, and Vermilion Motorsport Racing Black. Some big gaps there. HTS Racing Blue now 7 seconds behind Vermilion Motorsport, who have just absolutely hammered out that gap since the pit stop. You then got Australia Ride Racing Purple. We noted that they seem to lose a lot of time in the pit stop phase compared to Vermilion Motorsports and HTS Racing Blue. They're now 8 seconds behind HTS Racing Blue. They've got ILEC Motorsport and Vermilion Motorsport Black not far behind them, 1.5 seconds between those three cars. So ILEC Motorsport 1.5 seconds behind Australia Wide Racing Purple, and Vermilion Motorsport Black 1.5 seconds behind ILEC Motorsport in turn. That's kind of a big battle pack, because behind them you've got a big 21-second gap to Australia Ride Racing Pink, who are in 7th place, and they're effectively the head of the second gap. They've got Kidney Stone Brothers Racing and HTS Racing Red right behind them, all three cars within a second. Then got a bit of a gap, 5 seconds-ish, to Tactics Racing Green and Spyro the Lambo and Tactics Racing Blue. And then off the back of the pack, you got HTS Racing Green, who are 25 seconds off the rest of the field now after having that spin. I think the only spin that we've seen so far, and that's really hurt them. So you've kind of got 3 battle packs. There's some fairly big gaps within those battle packs, but essentially you're not going to look at, without a safety car, you can't imagine any cars escaping those battle packs. Whereas even with the big gaps of, sort of up to 10 seconds, you can imagine that being eroded over the course of a stint. 20 seconds is probably a bit too much to hope to make up without something drastic happening, like a drive-through, like a spin, like a safety car, all these things, very live options with 5 hours almost to go. So don't rule it out, but that's what you're kind of looking at to try and make up that bit of gap, or having an absolutely stellar driver step in and really put their foot into it and do 1 minute 30s dead. Current pace, most cars in the 1 minute 30. On that 1 minute 31, 1 minute 32 barrier, a few cars able to get under that. HTS Racing Yellow just popping back into 1 minute 30 and 1 minute 30.8, which I think might be the fastest for the second stint.
Yeah, I'd say so. It is as well, just looking at those fastest laps that have just popped up there too, that does indicate that those packs, they have largely existed on that pace. With HTS Racing Yellow, their fastest lap's 4/10 up. You've lost me. That's good.
You keep cutting in and out. I think, not sure why, but we keep getting like 3 or 4 words and then cut out, and then another 3 or 4 words.
Excellent. Well, you go ahead then. I'll see if I can work on that.
That just you cut out there. And it was. I'll see if I can work, and then silence. I don't know if that helps you. Don't know if it's a volume thing. Yeah, the racing has been pretty good. Thanks, Nick, for your comment and for the praise. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun so far. We've had some decent racing, a few cars on track, some battles that have been going on for an hour and a quarter now. Namely, this battle that we're seeing here with Kidney Stone Brothers. I think they've been in battles the whole race. We've seen that red and gold livery quite a bit. Been really good to see them racing well and running the decal for our series sponsors, Login Systems, who bring you the GT3 Endurance Championship, who make these broadcasts possible. They've done a good job for us. They've been really good to have them on board so that we can bring you these broadcasts. We weren't sure we were going to have broadcasts this season for quite a while, but Login Systems stepped in, and we're really proud and glad to have them on board as a series sponsor. Yeah. And if you want to support them and run their stickers on your liveries, you absolutely can do that. They're available in the Discord. Just need to go and apply them to your car. Stephen Thomas has crashed. I'm seeing on the notifications to the left of the screen. He is driving the HTS Racing green car, so it looks like a similar mistake to what we saw before. Just getting, I imagine, just losing the rears at that penultimate corner, one of the trickiest corners on the track.
Yeah, that explains why it says left pit lane, entered pit lane, left pit lane, entered pit lane. Is that any better, Liam?
Yes, we've got all those words.
Excellent.
So I think you may well have fixed it, and now falling behind HTS Racing Purple, which are HTS Racing Purple, HTS Racing Blue, which are their third placed car. So being overlapped by quite a few cars now. HTS Racing Green, they're in for a long afternoon. They'll be hoping for a safety car to help them get back onto the lead lap and get back into the fight.
It's all happening on track now as well. Philip Fox has crashed. I'll have a look at that. There's been a couple of overtakes, including up in that sort of secondary pack behind our leader, and down here in this battle.
Yeah, so that's HTS Racing Red now ahead of the Kidney Stone Brothers. So that's an overtake that's occurred off screen while we've been looking at other things, so we'll try and bring that to you. HTS Racing Red evidently trying to make a move, and they'll be looking to get past the Australia Ride Racing Purple entry next. The purple Audi, the only Audi that we've got here today. So let's look at Philip Fox's crash for Tactics Racing Blue. Oh, yeah, just carrying a bit too much speed, a little bit greedy on the accelerator, losing it there. That's it's quite an interesting place to lose it, because the car's pretty stable there, and I'd expect to have seen him get on the curb, but I didn't see him get on the inside curb, because that can cause you to get a bit of oversteer coming out of that corner. I said just carrying too much speed and losing the rear. So I think the temperature
here as well
of the rear tyres is something to watch out for, not just the. That's a beautiful move there from the. From the
he got it on the sausage curb there. That was for P4, and then wow. Let's have another look at that from the top view.
And that was Australia Ride Racing Purple getting into Vermilion Motorsports Black there. So I'll just bring you another view of that. So let's look here. So you got the Australia Ride Racing Purple car in the lead. I like Motorsport. They're going to go up the inside. Lovely moves. So Australia Ride Racing Purple leave a lot of space. Just get onto the yellow curb, get a bit of oversteer. And they're lucky the Vermilion Motorsport car was there, because I think otherwise they would have been head first into the barrier. But the Vermilion Motorsport car actually sort of pushed them back to pointing in the right direction, and has got that position. To be interested to see if Race Control have a look at that. Definitely seemed like a mistake rather than anybody doing anything silly. Just taking a wild line, getting on the curb and not realising that the curb was going to spit them to the inside, which it can do. And sometimes you can, because you can ride that curb there, often, as long as you're straight on the wheel, you can ride those curbs and it's okay. But if you've got some steering lock on, it can spit the car to the inside, and that's what we saw there. We're now looking at a replay of the Kidney Stone Brothers. They're looking to get back past HTS Racing Red. And now we're watching Vermilion Motorsport and Australia Rod Racing Purple doing battle again. So this is them coming to the penultimate corner. Yeah, Australia Rod Racing Purple wanting nothing to do with that car there. And really losing a lot. Did they dive into the pits?
I think they could have. Let me have a look. There's an
I think they
incident under investigation for that as well.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I think, yes, they've dived into the pit. I wonder if they've got a drive-through, because they are down in 9th place now. Oh, it's saying they've done 2 stops, though. So I wonder if they've just had to take a pit stop. Perhaps the drivers had to go or something, because that looked a bit strange there. So they're down in 9th place. Yeah, not enough incident points to be forced to drive through, and they've definitely done 2 pit stops. According to this, pitted on lap 52, which was 3 laps ago, for 3.7 seconds. That's very interesting. We'll have to see if we can get the skinny on what's happening there. But that's really cost them. They were in that top 5 battle pack. They're now only just ahead of Spyro the Lambo, who's in 10th place and under pressure. We now got here Keystone Brothers Racing. So they've made a couple of overtakes. They managed to get ahead of Australia Rod Racing Purple, which is excellent news for them. And now John Baldwin's going to show what pace he's got on that Ferrari. We heard from Vermilion that the Ferrari is a great car to be driving around here. So it'll be really good to see what the pace is and whether they can start eating into that gap. 21 seconds to the next car, but 4.5 hours to go. 21 seconds, that's not many seconds an hour. So, 5 seconds an hour gets there. 5 seconds an hour, very makeable if you've got the pace. We're now watching Christopher Hansel, watching the car behind in the Australia Rod Racing Purple. Mark Franklin really under pressure. Australia Rod Racing Pink, sorry, I keep saying purple. Don't know why that's in my head. Purple are a bit further down the field. They got Tactics Racing Green right behind them. So we're interested to see if they can stay ahead or whether they're going to lose another position here. That Lambo looking very menacing behind him, looking towards the inside, just showing it already. He's evidently thinking about it. No, he's going to sit behind here. Let's see the run. Both drivers taking that really nicely. I don't think there'll be much between them, so I don't think that's going to give Tactics Racing Green a run through here. So they'll have to wait till the next lap. But look at the gap that Keystone Brothers have already pulled. Already looking comfortable ahead here. Almost a second the gap now. Which is plenty in an endurance race to make sure you're not under attack, and in a GT3 car. Although not great for that corner. Definitely looked to the naked eye like Australia Rod Racing Pink made a little bit of time through there. I think the Keystone Brothers just carried a little bit too much speed. Looked like they had to slow up on the exit.
As well, Liam, while I don't want to leave these guys having a great battle. The battle was even spicier beforehand when we were looking at some other replays. So I've got P6, P7, P9, all of them having overtakes in recent times. So we'll have to go back and have a look. I'll just start with David Johnson's accident.
This is HTS Racing Red and Australia Rod Racing Pink.
So it looks like he got a little bit of help around. Yeah, you don't need much help to go around there either.
No, you don't. I imagine stewards will be having a look at that. You need to see a bit more of what happened before that incident to really judge it properly. Here we're seeing Tactics Racing Green, I believe.
I was told there was an overtake, but maybe I've been misled.
Well, they've got Australia Rod Racing Purple behind them.
Okay, they're calling that a racing incident as well, that contact between Australia-wide Racing Purple and Vermilion Motorsports.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
It is. It was unfortunate, and that's what happened there. That's that overtake. Poor old David Johnson. He lost a lot of positions in that too. He lost about 4 or 5 positions.
He did. A lot of time as well. 8.5 seconds now behind Spyro the Lambo. Big punishment there. This is John Baldwin up the inside.
Yeah, very well done. Textbook through that.
Definitely the cleanest move of the ones we've looked at. Although I think we might see some afters here. Nope. We're going to go to the next replay. So this is...
we're back live, Lam.
Live pictures. And this is the resumption of that battle. Kidney Stone Brothers, Australia Ride Racing Pink, and Tactis Racing Green. That whole battle pack covered by less than a second and a half. And then behind them, just menacingly, you've got Australia Ride Racing Purple, and Spyro the Lambo, who are recovering from an early drive-through penalty. And both going faster than this battle pack currently. This battle pack in the mid 1 minute 32s. Australia Wide Racing Purple and Spyro the Lambo in the low 1 minute 32s. So they are slowly catching up. David Johnson as well in the low 1 minute 32. So he's a bit further behind, but he's got some time to make up. But thankfully it's an endurance race, so he is going to have the opportunity to try and recover from that spin, which he couldn't do anything about. Tapped around in the middle of that corner. You can't afford to get tapped through there, and I'll be interested to see if there is any penalty coming the way of, I believe it was Australia Ride Racing Purple. Pink even, that touched him there. So we'll have to wait and see if anything happens there. Out at the front, HS Racing Yellow got 22 seconds on Vermilion Motorsports. Vermilion Motorsports not able to eat into that gap, even as they build the gap behind them to HS Racing Blue. That gap from second to third now out to 11, almost 12 seconds. And then you've got HTS Racing Blue, same gap to I Like Motorsport. I Like Motorsport having a great drive. They've been the ones that have come through the pack to get into this top 5, more so than the others starting up there. I Like Motorsport up to position, started in 6th. We saw them having a big battle with the Kidney Stone Brothers for quite a while. And then and Vermilion Motorsport, sorry, not Kidney Stone Brothers, with Vermilion Motorsport Black for quite a while, but they've been able to break away now. 5 seconds ahead of Vermilion Motorsport Black, who are in a solid 5th place, 25 seconds ahead of the Kidney Stone Brothers, which is obviously very, very comfortable, about a third of a lap around here, so sector ahead. And then that is the head of this battle pack now. That looks like it's going to soon involve most of the rest of the field, because you've got Kidney Stone Brothers, Australia Ride Racing Pink right behind them, Factors Racing Green behind them, and then Australia Ride Racing Purple and Spyro the Lambo will soon be joining that battle in about 3 to 4 laps time. I think all these cars may be deciding to do a bit of fuel saving, because there doesn't seem to be too many real lunges going forward. No one really seems to be really pushing. You can just see in the body language of the cars, all the cars look fairly settled. No one really absolutely hammering it to try and get past by the looks of it.
Yeah, absolutely. As much as I'm enjoying this battle, I think it is time for me to go get some lunch, Liam. Do you want to take a break for the centre of the race, and we'll come back for the last hour and a half?
Absolutely, I think that's a solid call. So we're about an hour and a half in, halfway through the second stint, which is a good time for us to leave it before... and we're just seeing Australia Racing Pink and HTS Racing Red under investigation. That was the incident we saw with Australia Racing Pink just tapping the back of HTS Racing Red at the penultimate corner and sending them round. So we're going to take a break now for the main portion of the race. We'll be back in about 3 hours' time to bring you the last hour and a half of the proceedings, and then we'll have a short post show afterwards, which we'll talk to some of the drivers that come up to us. So we're just watching an overtake now live on screen. HTS Racing Pink full and behind the Tactics Racing Green entry. Good overtake there, very nice and clean. We'll be interested to see if there's any comeback from HTS Racing Pink or whether they decide to sit behind Tactics Racing Green. Depends how aggressive the driver's feeling. Does look up the inside, give himself a little bit of space in case he did decide to go for the move, but decided against it. And I think now he'll sit behind him and see what pace Tactics Racing Green has ahead, and maybe just try and focus on defending from Australia Ride Racing Purple and Spyro the Lambo behind them. So yes, we're 90 minutes in, halfway through the second stint. We're going to take a 3-hour break. We'll be back around 3 o'clock Adelaide time, which probably doesn't help most of you. So that's around 3:30 Sydney, Melbourne, Australian Eastern Standard Time. And we'll just thank Login Systems again for helping us put on this broadcast by sponsoring the series. Great to have them on board. And of course, they're not the only sponsor they've got here at the GSRC. We have a range of sponsors that sponsor a bunch of different series, if we are able to get the sponsorship graphics up. You there, sir? If you're there, I can't hear you, Sam. Apologise. I think we've lost Sam for who is our producer.
Yeah. My headphones died there for a bit. They just went boo. So I couldn't hear you for a while.
So just keep going while we investigate what's happened to Sam there, as we try and wrap up the first part of the broadcast. So yes, plan is to bring you the last 90 minutes and a bit of a post show, as is standard, has become standard for the Endurance Championship. 6 hours with only 2 of us doing commentary. It's a little bit long to do the whole race, and it means we can also take part. I don't think Sam's driving today, but I'll be hopping in the car while I'm on my break and definitely getting some food because I am absolutely ravenous. There's the confirmation. A drive-through penalty for Straight Wide Racing Pink for that contact with HTS Racing Red. I think that's consistent with what the stewards have had beforehand with other incidents where drivers have been sent spinning round after relatively minor contact. So I think that is a good call from the stewards, given what's already occurred, and that's really going to hurt Straight Wide Racing Pink. Got to knock him out of the top 10, I imagine.
Have I got you back there, Lamb?
Yes, I've got you back.
Yeah, my headphones died, so we went under there for a while. But yep, let's go into our break for a while, and we will be back with more commentary later.
Well, thanks heaps for listening. Thank you for everybody at the GSRC. We'll be back in about 3 hours' time.
fighter.
Lakey inspired. Fight. double. Started out with half and I flipped it in a double.
Said time again, we gotta go. Take one, then I dash away from Popo.
Yeah.
Snakes around my grass, they want my dodo. But I keep a 40, they don't know, no. Got the Henny, you get cold. Smoke on Reggie, that's a no-no. Driving slow-mo in the photo. Bitches ready for them photos.
There's a lot of things on my mind, yeah. Stacking money like 365. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real.
Don't say you get money, boy, you been broke. Digit dash up in my circle, you can roll. Only cash up in my vision in the south. Now I'm smashing on the model cause I bought.
Hey,
This is cream, I'ma take the team. We gon' be hot like steam. I just got the dreams, I know what you mean. It's all funny to the feet, I get 50 to my G.
hey. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real.
fighter.
Lightning inspired. Fight.
double. Started out with half and I flipped it into double.
Said time again, we gotta go. Take one, then I dash away from Popo.
Yeah.
Snakes around my grass, they want my dodo. But I keep a 40, they don't know, no. Got the Henny, you get cold. Smoke on Reggie, that's a no-no. Driving slow-mo in the photo. Bitches ready for them photos.
There's a lot of things on my mind, yeah. Stacking money like 365. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real.
Don't say you get money, boy, you been broke. Digit dash up in my circle, you can roll. Only cash up in my vision and the soul. Now I'm smashing on the model cause I bought.
Hey,
Cause there's cream, I'ma take the team. We gon' be hot like steam. I just got the dreams, I know what you mean. It's all funny to the fleet. I get 50 to my G.
hey. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real.
Fighter.
Lightning Inspired. Fight.
Started out with half and I flipped it into double.
Said time again, we gotta go. Take one, then I dash away from Popo.
Yeah.
Snakes around my grass, they want my dodo. But I keep a 40, they don't know, no. Got the Henny, you get cold. Smoke on Reggie, that's a no-no. Driving slow-mo in the photo. Bitches ready for them photos.
There's a lot of things on my mind, yeah. Stacking money like 365. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real.
Don't say you get money, boy, you been broke. Digit dash up in my circle, you can roll. Only cash up in my vision and the south. Now I'm smashing on the model cause I bought.
Hey,
Cause there's cream, I'ma take the team. We gon' be hot like steam. I just got the dreams, I know what you mean. It's all funny to the fleet. I get 50 to my G.
hey. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real.
Choose your fighter.
Lightning inspired. Fight.
double. Started out with half and I flipped it into double.
Said time again, we gotta go. Take one, then I dash away from pole.
Yeah.
Snakes around my grass, they want my dodo. But I keep a 40, they don't know. Got the Henny, you get cold. Smoke on Reggie, that's a no. Driving slow-mo in the photo. Bitches ready for the photos.
There's a lot of things on my mind, yeah. Stacking money like 365. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real.
Don't say you get money, boy, you been broke. Digit dash up in my circle, you can roll. Only cash up in my vision and the soul. Now I'm smashing on the model cause I bought.
Hey,
Cause there's cream, I'ma take the team. We gon' be hot like steam. I just got the dreams, I know what you mean. It's all funny to the feet. I get 50 to my G.
hey. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real.
Fighter.
Lakey inspired. Fight. Knockout. You win.
Started out with half and I flipped it into double.
Said I'm again, we gotta go. Take one, then I dash away from Popo.
Yeah.
Snakes around my grass, they want my dodo. But I keep a 40, they don't know, no. Got the Henny, you get cold. Smoke on Reggie, that's a no-no. Driving slow-mo in the photo. Bitches ready for the photos.
There's a lot of things on my mind, yeah. Stacking money like 365. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real.
Don't say you get money, boy, you been broke. Digit dash up in my circle, you can roll. Only cash up in my vision in the south. Now I'm smashing on the model cause I bought.
Hey,
Cause there's cream, I'ma take the team. We gon' be hot like steam. I just got the dreams, I know what you mean. It's all funny to the feet. I get 50 to my G.
hey. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real.
fighter.
Lakey inspired. Fight.
Started out with half and I flipped it into double.
Said time again, we gotta go. Take one, then I dash away from Popo.
Yeah.
Snakes around my grass, they want my dodo. But I keep a 40, they don't know, no. Got the Henny, you get cold. Smoke on Reggie, that's a no-no. Driving slow-mo in the photo. Bitches ready for them photos.
There's a lot of things on my mind, yeah. Stacking money like 365. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real.
Don't say you get money, boy, you been broke. Digit dash up in my circle, you can roll. Only cash up in my vision and the south. Now I'm smashing on the model cause I bought.
Hey,
Cause there's cream, I'ma take the team. We gon' be hot like steam. I just got the dreams, I know what you mean. It's all funny to the feet. I get 50 to my G.
hey. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real.
Inspired.
Lakey inspired. Fight.
Started out with half and I flipped it into double.
Said time again, we gotta go. Take one, then I dash away from pole.
Yeah.
Snakes around my grass, they want my dough. But I keep a 40, they don't know, no. Got the Henny, you get cold. Smoke on Reggie, that's a no-no. Driving slow-mo in the photo. Bitches ready for them photos.
There's a lot of things on my mind, yeah. Stacking money like 365. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real.
Don't say you get money, boy, you been broke. Digit dash up in my circle, you can roll. Only cash up in my vision and the soul. Now I'm smashing on the model cause I bought.
Hey,
Cause there's cream, I'ma take the team. We gon' be hot like steam. I just got the dreams, I know what you mean. It's all funny to the fleet. I get 50 to my G.
hey. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real.
Inspired.
Lightning inspired. Fight.
Started out with half and I flipped it into double.
Said time again, we gotta go. Take one, then I dash away from Popo.
Yeah.
Snakes around my grass, they want my dodo. But I keep a 40, they don't know, no. Got the Henny, you get cold. Smoke on Reggie, that's a no-no. Driving slow-mo in the photo. Bitches ready for them photos.
There's a lot of things on my mind, yeah. Stacking money like 365. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real.
Don't say you get money, boy, you been broke. Digit dash up in my circle, you can roll. Only cash up in my vision and the soul. Now I'm smashing on the model cause I bought.
Hey,
Cause there's cream, I'ma take the team. We gon' be hot like steam. I just got the dreams, I know what you mean. It's all funny to the fleet. I get 50 to my G.
hey. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real.
fighter.
Lightning inspired. Fight. Knockout. You win.
Started out with half and I flipped it into double.
Said time again, we gotta go. Take one, then I dash away from Popo.
Yeah.
Snakes around my grass, they want my dodo. But I keep a 40, they don't know, no. Got the Henny, you get cold. Smoke on Reggie, that's a no-no. Driving slow-mo in the photo. Bitches ready for them photos.
There's a lot of things on my mind, yeah. Stacking money like 365. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real.
Don't say you get money, boy, you been broke. Digit dash up in my circle, you can roll. Only cash up in my vision and the south. Now I'm smashing on the model cause I bought.
Hey,
Cause there's cream, I'ma take the team. We gon' be hot like steam. I just got the dreams, I know what you mean. It's all funny to the feet. I get 50 to my G.
hey. Cause this shit is real. Cause this shit is real.
Monstering the field here today. They are 1 minute and 11 seconds ahead of the next car, easily half a second quicker than anybody else, pretty much consistently for the entirety of the race, and they have built the lead that they deserve. This broadcast is brought to you by Login Systems, our major sponsor, but the GSRC also has a range of sponsors for other series and just for the club itself. These include Fisher Door Lawyers, Flash Graphics, Login Systems, who are the title sponsor for this series, Waste Options, who bring you our regular GT3 series, West Orange Motors, and we'll cycle back through those, Astute Finance Insurance and Wealth, Blackouts Electrical Solutions, and I believe that is the lot of them. So, where do we stand? Yes, as we said, HTS Racing Yellow are still in first. However, it is Vermilion Motorsports in second place, and a very comfortable second place over HTS Racing Blue, who have had a couple of spins while we've been away, and that's why they find themselves 35 seconds down on Vermilion. You then got ILEC Motorsports, who the graphics earlier were wrong when it said they had over 30 X's. They do not. They've been really good with their off tracks, and they've not had a drive-through yet, is my understanding. And that is part of the reason they are in a very solid 4th place, 20 seconds behind Vermilion Motorsports, and a comfortable 18 seconds ahead of Vermilion Motorsports Black, who sit in 5th place. So early on we saw ILEC and Vermilion Motorsports Black competing wheel to wheel. ILEC Motorsports have managed to pull away, and they are the lead Lamborghini. Vermilion Motorsports Black, the lead Ferrari. We've only one other Ferrari in the field, and that is Kidney Stone Brothers Racing. Behind them we have HTS Racing Red, and they are effectively the head of the second pack, but they've actually, before we left, that pack was quite tight. There was 3 cars in that battle. They've managed to pull away a really strong stint from the likes of David Johnson, and they pulled 15 seconds ahead of Australia Wide Racing Pink. Definitely not sorted. 15 seconds across an hour. We could definitely see that come down, particularly if there's a difference in the drivers for the teams, and we end up with a bit of an offset in the weaker driver against a stronger driver. But at the moment, they look fairly comfortable. Behind them is Spyro the Lambo. They're in 8th place. They've recovered from a drive-through penalty that they got on lap 1 for a lap 1 incident, and they benefited a bit from other cars getting drive-throughs. So that's put them up into 8th place, 1 position ahead of where they qualified. Behind them, you then got Australia Wide Racing Purple. They're 20 seconds behind Spider Lambo, so don't anticipate them to be able to make that gap. Although they have got some pace. They're a team that, my understanding is, they have had a drive-through, perhaps even 2, and that's how they've ended up down the field. So they do tend to have a little bit more pace than the cars around them. Behind them, you've got Tactics Racing Green, who sit in 10th place. As you can see, they've had 6 stops, which is 2 stops more than the other cars. I believe that is due to drive-throughs rather than pitting for tyres, fuel, etc., or for damage, because we haven't seen many people in the wall, anyone in the wall, and we've not had a safety car while we've been away. We've then got Kidney Stone Racing Brothers in 11th place. Again, look at them. They've had an extra stop. They were struggling a little bit for pace, and then they also had a drive-through, which compounded their issues, which is why we've seen them drop down through the field since we were last hit on the broadcast. We've then got behind them Tactics Racing Blue, who've had a tough day at the office. They've had a few incidents, and they've also found themselves falling further and further behind as they've been overlapped a few times. And when you get overlapped, because you have to you drop a bit of pace as you're letting them overlap you do tend to find yourself falling further back from the cars ahead, even if they then do eventually get overlapped themselves. And then we've got HTS Racing Green at the back. They've had a few incidents. They've had 7 stops, more stops than anybody else. They are just driving around at the moment for the points and just to get experience. As you can see, HTS Racing Green, their stablement's going really well. HTS Racing Yellow are in 1st place. HTS Racing Blue are in 3rd place, and then HTS Racing Red are in 6th place. So you can imagine that's probably where some of the less experienced HTS drivers are learning their craft. and they're still going around. They haven't found the wall as far as I know. Just had a few incidents, and they'll be hoping for a life safety car so they can have a bit of fun towards the end of the race. I think a few drivers will be hoping for a late safety car because a lot of the gaps are pretty large, and of course, bringing you the graphics with all of those gaps is none other but Sam Chapman. Sam, how are you going?
Yeah, I'm good. I've just been working on getting everything together. All our new overlays and that sort of thing with our on-track events and the social chats, which seem to largely be working at the moment. But yeah, good. Looking forward to this last hour. See how these guys go. It looks like most of them have only done 4 stops so far. So I'd imagine they've still got a final stop to go, and then it's that sprint to the line.
Yeah, I think we'll see most cars stop over the next 5 laps, generally about 40 laps a stint. Most cars have been doing, which is comfortably over the hour mark, and obviously, even if you're only a minute over for each stint, all of a sudden you get into 5 hours and 5 minutes for your last stop, which is where we're at now. And I imagine, yeah, depending on the amount of fuel saving, you're going to see cars pitting over the next 4 or 5 laps. Generally, the cars at the front are probably going to pit a bit later, just because their last laps were later. So you can look at Todd Hayne in the HTS Racing Yellow. Their last pit stop was on lap 165. Behind them, Vermilion 160, then 162 for HTS Racing Blue. But then a bunch of cars further down the field, they're more like 158, 159. So we're going to see probably the cars towards the back start pitting first, mid, and then the cars at the front who are able to be quick and save a bit of fuel. And you know, the cars at the front, they're focusing more on the overall time. They know that's where they sit. They know that their general lap pace is going to be really good. It's going to be competitive, and it's about making sure they're competitive across the race. Whereas for your mid to lower tier drivers, they're worried a bit more about the lap pace. They know that they're going to be half a second down potentially on the ultimate pace, and they're looking for that pace and worrying less about doing that whilst being fuel efficient, just to make sure they got, you know, one less thing on their mind, one less thing to worry about, and that's probably going to get them a better overall time than actually worrying about saving fuel and trying to do too many things at once, which can cause incidents. So, Sam, have you got any highlights from the last 3 hours of racing for us to go back and peruse and provide judgment on?
Yes, let's have a look. We'll start at the top, because if I go back too far, generally it gets angry at me and I think it runs out of RAM. So let's start from the top as to our most recent impacts. We've got Hayne went off the track.
You're not going to do our trademark move and try and go too far back and then wonder why it's not working and then realise it's the RAM and then start slowly moving forward until we find one that actually works?
I've done enough rookie trademark moves this week, I think, Liam. So, okay. So he's
just completely got off the track.
Yeah, he's gone on a real excursion. Okay, so fortunately for him, he's north of a minute ahead of everyone else. So,
yeah, I think
gets away with
Columbus is in the car there, going off on an explore, trying to get away from everybody.
Absolutely. So, Fox had an accident. We've got a few people entering pits at the moment. In fact, a good chunk of the team. Okay. So Fox was helped around there by that HGS car.
Yeah, and that would have been for position as well, I believe. HGS Racing Green and
Tactics Racing Blue. So this was Lee Williamson in that car. Our trusty race controller. So he won't be particularly impressed with himself with that move, I would imagine.
Yeah, might be sheepishly going to his friends of race control, asking what his punishment might be, because I imagine he'll be pinged for that one if he hasn't already been.
I'd say so. I'm just going to go back to live for a moment, just because there's a lot of people coming in and out of the pits right now, just to see what these intervals are.
Tactics Racing Green at the front of your picture there, and ILEC in the middle of your screen. They're just coming out just ahead of HTS Racing Yellow, who have overlapped them, so they'll let HTS Racing Yellow past, I imagine. And then behind them seems to be HTS Racing Blue, and they are now out of sync with those cars. So ILEC now effectively 5th place on track, but the car behind them, I believe, is yet to stop. It's hard to keep track of it in these endurance races when everything gets muddled up. I know for certain HTS Racing Yellow has lapped the field.
Yeah, I've just got the stops there. So the two HTS guys in the front haven't stopped. Vermilion has.
Yeah.
And then, well, the first Vermilion car has. Vermilion Black doesn't look to have. Neither has HTS Red. So all those HTS guys really trying to keep these stops to a minimum and then just sprint to the end.
Yeah, and then behind them we've got Australia Wide Racing Pink, Spire the Lambo, Purple, all look to have stopped. I don't think Kidney Stone have because they did an extra stop for the for a drive-through. Tactics Racing Green, I imagine have stopped with 7 unless they've had a couple of drive-throughs. I can't imagine they. I mean, even with 7, they would have stopped and had 2. I can't imagine they've had 3. So yeah, bit mixed up here as the penalties come into play. It's definitely doable. There was some talk before the race about asking, it's Red Bull Ring, it's quite a off-track heavy track. Will we get a little bit of extra leeway because they gave a little bit of extra leeway for the last round at Zandvoort? Oof, big incident there.
So that was Lee Williamson. That looked like a tech fail his side because he just sort of went straight off. That will be disappointing.
That will be really, really disappointing. It's we see a bit of that. We see a few equipment faults over the time that I spent doing commentary, which is about a year now, not even. And yeah, it's sad to see, but it's kind of equivalent to getting a mechanical failure, because we don't really get simulated mechanical failure so much in these cars. You can get a mechanical failure if you, particularly in a manual, if you really hammer the gearbox and you're not using the clutch right. You can cause your engine to blow. But you don't tend to get the random failures that you would get in a real motorsport. So the equipment failure kind of is equivalent. So it's sad to see. You don't like to see it, but it is a reality of sim racing. We're just watching Christopher Halsoy for Tactics Racing Green in a battle with, I believe, Australia Wide Racing Purple behind them, and then HTS Racing Green, which will be a back marker ahead of them. Here we're going to see Philip Fox for Tactics Racing Blue. I think he's going to have a bit of an incident here, unless I'm mistaken, almost going wide, realising he doesn't want to get another 1x, and using his brain and stopping. That's actually the right thing to do there. Much better to take the 2 or 3 seconds that he lost. Really
so it said he crashed, and I think that's just because he hit the brakes so hard and got to pretty much a stop. So iRacing thought he'd crashed, but in fact he went, "Oh no, I can't get another 1x, but I've just got to stop."
You say that, but in the on-track events, we're seeing a few people getting off tracks as we even show you these replays. So there's a few drivers that are going to have to be really careful if they don't want to get a drive-through before the end of the race. Who's this? So this is Ben Miles. This is Vermilion Motorsports. They're coming in for their scheduled stop. They've only pitted 4 times.
Yeah, so that was
just
a replay there. So just having a quick back through. So this was another overtake.
That's HTS Racing Red getting past the Tactics Racing Blue car. I believe that would have been overlap rather than racing, because HTS Racing Red currently in 6th place and not in the same race as.
It looks like there's been fairly minimal incidents looking back at this tracker, to be honest. This looks like it was a great battle for P10 with Aaron Major and Adam Burhop. I'd imagine they go side by side and continue it around this next corner here, as we've seen a number of times before, holding this outside so that you're on the inside going into the next one. Let's have a look.
Yeah, some nice racing there. Not carrying enough speed around the outside, but it's really difficult to do, to hang around the outside there. And you've got the difference in performance between the Lambo and the Merc. I think the Lambos generally, certainly in our Lambo, we found we've had decent pace in the corners, but slow on the straights compared to our competitors. Whether that's us carrying too much wing or a fundamental difference in the cars around this track, I'm not sure. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Merc get back past on the next straight, or at least have a go at it. We're now watching here, so this is Strata Ride Racing Pink and the Kidney Stone Brothers, and Strata Ride Racing Pink getting past there. Nice clean move. Here watching ILEC making a move on Kidney Stone Brothers Racing. I believe this would have been, Kidney Stone Brothers Racing pitting and ILEC overlapping them. race again. This is them looking at cash highlight racing. I like sport. They're in their fifth place, and Keystone Racing, they're in their 10th at the moment. So how I feel about that, because I can't imagine that's definitely not the position. HTS Racing red in front, Keystone Brothers behind them. And what's going to happen here? Oh no, that's ILEC. So ILEC letting past HTS Racing red and then coming under pressure from Keystone Brothers, I imagine. Well, I was saying that would have been for position because ILEC Motorsport and HTS Racing red are fifth and no, there's 56 seconds between them. So that would be ILEC Motorsport just letting HTS Racing red unlap themselves and not wanting to get caught up. As we watch Vermilion Motorsport Black, you can tell it's Vermilion Motorsport Black because they're in the Ferrari.
I think I'm back far enough now. I don't think it's gonna let me go back any further. So that will be the replays for now. Looking through it though, pretty impressed. There seems to be very few crashes of any significance, which is a good effort from the guys in such a long race.
Yeah, it's a really good effort, and it is really tricky. Those last two corners, I think we saw Tactics Racing Blue have a couple of spins, and I think HTS Racing Green have a spin there as well. But otherwise, it's been really good. No one's managed to find the wall. We haven't had to use the safety car. I think everyone's approached it with the right attitude, which is get to the end. Get to the end. Make sure you don't spin. Even if you give a quarter of a second for those last two corners, it's worth it to make sure you get through. You don't get the 1Xs because they will absolutely destroy you. Just in the bottom right, we've got the pit stop strategy comparison. You can see everyone pretty similar, no one doing anything radically different. What we don't see in there is cars having to do drive-throughs potentially, which would be any difference in numbers. So anyone that's done over 5 pit stops, when the pit stop tracker comes back up, you'll see anyone who's done more than 5 has had to serve a drive-through, and that includes Australia Ride Racing Purple, who've had to do a drive-through, and that cost them a few positions. Keystone Brothers Racing definitely had to do a drive-through, although they've not done their last stop yet, so I'm not 100% sure what's going on there, or if my tracker's wrong. Texas Racing Green have had to do some drive-throughs, and then Racing Blue and HS Racing Green have also done additional stops.
Yeah, and Timothy Russell just hopping in that HTS Racing yellow car that's currently crushing the field to do that final stint.
Yeah, they are absolutely smashing it. 2 minutes now ahead of Vermilion Motorsport, which given a lap is 1.5 minutes. You would say definitely has overlapped the field, and we've just been joined in the commentary box by Connor Nixon for Vermilion Motorsport and Pete Edwards. How are you both going?
Good, mate.
Yeah, real.
Go on. Sorry, go on, Pete.
Going real good. Obviously, it's nice having cars up the front end, so it's going great.
It is nice having cars up the front end. Who are you driving for today?
Mate, I've just come in the spot for HTS, so we're doing well.
Oh, you are doing well. What? First, third, sixth, and then 12th. Pretty good. 3 cars in the top 6. Can't complain with that.
No, definitely not. We've got some good pace and some good stability in the car for the hot conditions, and it's paid dividends for the team.
Yeah, the hot conditions caught me by surprise a little bit. Definitely generated a little bit more understeer in the car. I could see what Connor talked about earlier on. I almost went off the track when I got in the car because there's so little grip compared to when I was practicing earlier in the day. And by almost, I mean I went on the gravel, so I just did go off it. There's no almost about it.
Nothing wrong with that, mate. You're just testing the gravel.
Exactly. Got to make sure it's there. It's like cats when they test gravity,
Yeah, that's it.
You want to know how to get through the gravel so you can recover faster earlier on when you inevitably have a little bit of a journey, a little bit of a wonder over there. So we'll go to yourself first, Pete. What have been the big moments across the last 3 hours for the HTS Racing guys? Any big Any storylines or incidents you want to bring to light?
Yeah. Look, I think it's fair to say the green team has just been faced with dramas with a couple of spins. The dreaded curb at turn 2 on the exit, which has claimed a few lives today, has caught us out for the green team and also the blue team. But that's really been it for us. There hasn't really been too much go on. It's just been a couple of little dents and bruises along the way. For how hot the track got and how challenging Red Bull is, it's actually been a pretty cruisy race.
Yeah, the driving standards have been really high. Not too many teams having troubles. Did see HTS Racing Blue? Was it 2 spins you had in there in that 3-hour stint?
Yeah, there was 2 spins. So Jared got it hooked up on the curb at turn 2, and then Russ had a moment on the second last turn. It just it grabbed the brake a bit as it came off the curb and sent him round, which was a bit frustrating. Then we're pulling some time into the Vermilion guys with Connor and Ben and Kenny at that point. So we're just just trying to hold steady with them to give them a good push. But that last spin kind of took the wind out of the sails for that.
Yeah. So, Connor, had you guys overtaken them before their first spin, or did their first spin help you out? Because if I remember right, they were ahead of you guys before we went to the break.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a back and forth. We've kind of been just keeping our pace, and I think our HGS boys. I jumped in the car in the second stint after Kenny did a double, and I jumped in the car and probably had the biggest drama in about 2 years for me. I started to have a spaz in the car basically, so that was interesting. So my epilepsy started playing up. So I forgot to have my epilepsy med, so that was fun. So I had to get ripped out of the car after one stint. Thank God that the boys are so supportive. They basically said, "Yep, all good, come in." With the spin, we did notice the blue team had a bit of a spin, like Pete said, on turn 2, which personally, and I think Kenny's had a little bit of trouble with turn 2, just getting the power down a little with the power, just doesn't like it too much, but we figured that out pretty quickly, sorry, and so that's been the drama and a bit of understeer, but we've figured it out with adjusting a few things in the car.
Yeah, first of all, before we go any further, just to make sure, it seems like you're okay. You're all good now?
Yeah, I'm all good. I had to sit out for a good 2.5 hours. It was pretty scary because I haven't had one for nearly 9 months. So, it was pretty scary. But, luckily, I got actually pulled out of my rig. So, 2 people helped me to pull me out of the car. And, basically the whole side of my left body just locked up. My left leg was completely stiff. My left hand was dead. And my right hand wasn't working at all, basically. So, just had to drive around and put the laps in and get out of the car.
Yeah, not ideal situation for driving. I'll be honest, a bit of a handicap there.
Just a bit. But yeah, we're all good. Team's still going strong, and so it was a bit of a run around, and we're all just trying to figure it out. And Ben was like, I'll do the long yards as he normally does, and pulls in, and he does amazing stuff. And Kenny's just been he's been out shopping, so it's been good. But Kenny was good. He said if he needs to jump back in, it's all good. But Ben's a strong little boy, and jump back in.
He's fast guy. Ben, he's definitely one of the names that seems to be at the front of towards the front of every series that I see him in.
Yeah, it's like that. He's starting to get up there. Ben and I were just chatting before. We wish we put a lot more time into this GT3 than we have been. We've been having other stuff going on with the team. We've like I said before, we've been focusing on more the Formula Ford and some other series, and and we did our league on Saturday, and like I said, we jumped on last minute on Saturday night, going, oh crap, we've got this tomorrow, and with the setup, congrats to the HCS boys, that car just looked planted. and we were just sitting in the car going, we could have changed this, that. Like we basically had a list basically, and yeah, luckily the boys did all right to figure out the setup last night, but it definitely could have been a lot better because the car's slowly starting to come to us after it's came down about 8 degrees now or 9. So yeah, but that's kind of been the rundown for the last couple of hours. It's been a bit eventful, but yeah, that yellow team's rapid. So yeah, we're pretty happy.
Eventful, but a second place will make it all worthwhile. I'm absolutely certain. So we just heard some praise for the HGS Racing yellow setup there. So Pete, do you know how much work goes into creating a setup for the endurance race?
Yeah, a lot of work's gone into this one. We've found we've been using PDS and VRS quite a fair bit lately for setups, and I think in all fairness, with no disrespect to them guys, their setups for probably the best part of a month now have been trash. So for this one, it's a ground up rebuild. We started from a baseline set and spent the best part of about 3 weeks getting ready for the race to make sure we were primed. There was some jostling backwards and forwards about where we needed to be for wing. I think the Lambos out on track are running high wing, through sector 2, they're just killing us. But, we just sat in the middle of the road in the end at about 3 wing.
So Pete, what have you found that's not very good about the setups at the moment? What's been, have they just been slow? Have they been tricky? What's been the issues?
Finding understeer followed by snap oversteer, like the car balance is just wrong, and it's across the board for GT3, GTE, which is where we spend most of our time in. So, it's just one of those things. Making sure you've got car balance, which gives you the stability, is key. Going understeering in followed by applying the throttle and snap oversteer. You're going to end up in the fence at some point. So just making sure that's eradicated, and that's what we're finding with a lot of the manufactured setup shops at the moment, is they're just not providing what is a fast setup to keep whacking out consistently. We looked at like the nearly 12 degrees in temperature change from race start to race end, and the yellow car I think's been about 1.1 to 1.3 seconds off its fastest lap time. So that's quick for how great the temperature change is. Yeah, it's been about half a second quicker at least than the rest of the pack consistently, and it's generally been like half a second or more. So yeah, absolutely smashed it. I know we're running the VRS setup on our Lambo, and it's definitely I think we've got 6 wing, and we're definitely feeling that in the on the straights. Like a couple of times we've come out with a good run behind the car in front. Whether it's a car we're overlapping over a car that's just got past us or whatever, and we're coming off the corner with more speed, and then they're just pulling away from us before the end of the straight because we've got just too much wing. And yeah, it's nice in the middle of the corner, and I don't mind it, particularly with myself because I'm less experienced than the GT3s. Having a bit more downforce, a bit more security is all right for me, but it's definitely not optimal. I definitely think there'd be more pace in the car, like looking at the cars around us, if we had less wing, and that seems to be a way that the fast boys have gone. So yeah, you're bang on there. The Lambo's definitely running more wing. You're right in that. We're I think we're second in the Lambos. ILAC being the lead Lambo, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're also running more wing. We did have a cheeky look at the onboard to see what gear they were hitting. Coming up to the third corner, they weren't getting out of gear 5 before the top of the hill. So which indicated to us that they were probably running a similar amount of wing. And we'll just cut across now to John Baldwin, who's also joined us in the comms box. So John, correct me if I'm wrong, you're driving kit for Kidney Stone Brothers today?
Yeah, boys, just having a fairly ho-hum day. We could have been doing a bit better, but sent us over the incident points, so lost a bit of time on a drive-through. So anyway, never mind. Out there having a bit of fun.
Yeah, because we thought our race was going to be with you, because we're kind of almost like overlapping each other depending on who was in the car. There'd be stints where we were quicker and stints where you were quicker, and I think we changed positions a couple of times, and then we saw you get that drive through. We're like, okay, that sort of solidifies us into our position. Just struggling with the last two corners. Is that where you got most of your 1Xs?
Yeah. Either missing on the outside or turning in a bit too early.
Mm.
So and then they had a couple. I think early on, Brett had an accident with Spiro the Lambo where we got
Yeah,
a
we
2X,
did,
and
yeah.
then I lost the rear end coming out of turn 3 or something and got hit by a couple of cars as well. So there's 4 or 5 incident points there, which we wouldn't have normally got, I guess. But anyway, it's how it goes.
Yeah, there was a lap 1 incident between Spyro and Kidney Stone, which is why Spyro got the drive for the beginning. Yeah, and then yeah, sounds like you had another incident later on, which is not the best. But even so, you've had some really good pace at times. I'm looking at the pace now, and Brett's really putting in good lap times, low 1 minute 31s, and your best is in the 1 minute 30s, which is pretty quick. So definitely some pace in the Ferrari, which is at least good to see.
Yeah, Brett's the stronger driver of our pairing for sure. There's usually sort of anywhere between half a second and a second difference between us as a general rule. So he's the stronger pair.
Yeah, it's similar with us across the three of us. There's usually about a second, and then it sort of fluctuates. The fastest driver is Sheps, who's always faster, and then between me and Tress, it depends track to track who can hook it up and not. For who's a bit closer and who's a bit further away. Yeah, some good strong racing, and it's not over yet. 15 seconds behind Australia Wide Racing Purple, who I'm pretty sure have had a drive through as well. So it could very well be a bit of an instant point race to the end to see who where you come, whether you get 9th, 10th, or 11th, depending on probably just be whoever gets no more drive throughs might come out ahead in that pack.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect it. I would have expected to be sort of leveled out now. I don't think anyone will probably get any drive-throughs unless they're starting pretty close. I'm not sure where everyone sits, but
Yeah.
either way, it's actually been a surprisingly good fun for a fairly vanilla sort of a track.
It's good because it's a track that I think keeps the field a bit more compressed because there is time to be found, as evidenced by HGS Racing Yellow, who are miles and miles ahead. But otherwise, it's a track where I think it gives a fighting chance to some of the less experienced drivers to actually get more on the pace. Because the corners aren't. It's quite a flowing track. You can get into a nice rhythm when you get it right.
Yeah, I think the only sort of technical corner is the slow right hand to turn 3. I think sort of off camber, sharp right hander up into the hill there, and that's hard to get right.
It is hard to go right. I'll also add the first corner into the first corner. There's a lot of time there when you get it right versus when you don't. If you can get it turn at the right time and get on the power nice and early and not run over that strip on the outside, you can gain easily, I think, half a second compared to whether if you get it okay versus like you really nail it.
Yeah,
So,
that's true.
I took that in there. Took that in there hard again with the uphill and then it flattening it out at the top. It's easy to get a snap of oversteer as well.
Yeah. Oh, as I just popped in to say thanks for your time again in the Combox, boys. It's appreciated. It'd be nice to get rewarded with a few more teams out there, but I imagine it'll be a full grid come Bathurst.
Yeah. I think we were talking in the after we went offline for 5 minutes. We said we were disappointed with the numbers, but hopefully Bathurst will say good because everyone loves Bathurst, and they'll treat that as a one-off event, I imagine. And wondering if it was maybe school holidays and stuff maybe hurting numbers a little bit today because we thought Red Bull Ring, it's a popular track. It's a track most people tend to own, and we thought we might see a few more cars out. And yeah, we've had the lowest turnout so far this season, so it's a bit disappointing, but yeah, hopefully there's external factors that have played into it, and we'll see more at certainly at Bathurst. It'd be interesting to see what numbers are like at Road Atlanta next month.
Yeah, personally, I'd like to lobby hard for Phillip Island to be in the next series.
Well, Dave,
Yep.
yeah, you know who to talk to.
Yep, I'll word him up.
Yeah, there you go. We've had a
Just talk to
request.
Pete. You can get the message through.
I think he said he's going to join us in the comms booth a bit later on as well. So maybe you can maybe when he hops in, we can hop back in if you're not still in the comms box and ask him yourself.
Put the pressure on, put him on the spot. We'll get that and Suzuka put in.
Yeah, what do you reckon, Connor and Pete will gang up on him? Yeah, get it in.
Probably not Suzuka. I think I was talking to the boys today, and I said, I'll tell you what, I think the tracks there are some rubbish ones on there. To be honest, I think Red Bull's one of those ones that it can be a good endurance track, but I think it's like the off tracks are just a bit silly sometimes. Like it almost feels like a Circuits of America 2.0 in a way with the off tracks. But yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, Connor, if I got done in about 15 minutes on off-track penalties around this track the other day, so I don't know how you guys are doing it for 6 hours and keeping under 30.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, we're getting close. So hopefully no one just sits in our way and we get a 4x. That's all I'm going to say. So Pete, don't do anything.
Oh, that's some useful information. Are we back in a minute?
Yeah. But yeah, I honestly I think that the tracks could be definitely better in my own opinion. Yeah, I'd like to see some. Yeah, Phillip Pond is just one of those go tracks. Honestly, it's so good. But yeah, it's been good. I mean, Red Bull's definitely good, but in my own opinion, I'm absolute shocking around here. But yeah, probably the next couple of rounds we'll put some serious prac into this because yeah, a win would be definitely good. Because yeah, we haven't got one yet, and I'm kind of sick of just getting seconds and thirds. So yeah, we'll see how we go for that. But Bathurst is definitely one of our strong ones. For the 12-hour, we yeah dominated. So yeah, definitely Bathurst. I'm looking forward to. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'll just be aiming to survive Bathurst. I won't be so much, yeah. Attacking Bathurst is...
Good luck with the Lambo. We tried that.
Yeah, it's not... I've done a few laps.
We'll send you a set over. We've actually got a good one. So
that'd be awesome. Yeah, I did a few laps, and I'll just say that far too high percentage of them started from the pit lane.
Roger.
Yeah, so... Anyway, back to what's happening on track. Just a quick catch-up. Nothing much changing. Haven't seen anyone dive into the pits for a drive-through, although there's a few off-tracks. We've just seen the Vermilion car weaving around there.
Yeah, that's not doing men things.
Yeah, right, it's just doing men things.
Yeah. Another note, you guys were talking about setup. I would agree with Pete with the setup, but we're having front issues. But I think we've figured out in the race what we could change to it, but I tell you what, the Beamer's one of these cars where, like, if you're on. Like, the car's gripped as hell and it's quick. But, yeah, if it's not, you're kind of in this weird spot where, yeah, it just feels odd. So, yeah, definitely for next round we'll come back a bit stronger.
We've had a similar thing for the Lambo when, not this stint, but stint before, when a guy hopped in, he was just, like, a second slower than last time, and... The track had slowed down a bit, but not by that much. Looking at the other cars, and it's like I just can't find pace. It's just not working for me. And the track had changed a little bit, and I think it had just gone out of the Lambo's window and cost us a bit more. Oh, that was a bit of a snap. Cost us a bit more time than I think the just the track condition would warrant, if that makes sense. Whereas like in my stint, I struggled at the start, and then by the end was about a second quicker. I think part of that was just getting used to the car again, but definitely track conditions have really affected the Lambo today, I reckon.
Yeah, the Lambo's definitely not a strong one this season. That's for sure.
But I reckon over a second. Between when the track's been in our window versus not, easily.
Yeah, that's it. Well, I might head back to the team and yeah, good luck. Good luck to you, Pete. Well done, by the way, mate. And yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Connor. Yeah, and through that fourth hour of the race, like high temperatures and a lot of UV on the track. You know, the BMW, like our car's been good all day in the heat, but that was the stint that there wasn't a driver in the team that wasn't frustrated with the track conditions. It was difficult to get pace out of the car. Yeah. And it just the BMW's got a pretty big window to drive in I feel that's why we use it a lot for endurance racing. Like it's got a massive window to suit a good range of conditions. For that to fall outside, we did a lot of our testing at between 42 and 47 degrees for us to struggle at that point. It was a bit of a surprise, but I think it was just the high temps, and perhaps it was just clear with a lot of UV on the track. It was just blistering the tyres.
Yes, and it was. I found the had to look after the rear tires quite carefully. Even in my stint, and I think it was a little bit cooler. I found I could feel the back end starting to go, particularly out of turn 2, just not getting the traction out of it. And then if I had a couple of laps where I just took it a little bit easier, they tended to come back a little bit, like right on that edge of just being too hot. And I think that was all largely track conditions. Yeah. So it's good that the BMW's got a really wide range. It explains why we're seeing so much pace from particularly HGS Racing Yellow, with the amount of effort you guys put into the setup, and then being the BMW, which we're hearing's got a half decent window. It's absolutely killer combination, and it explains why the top 3 are all, other than the class of the drivers in HGS Racing Yellow and Vermilion and HGS Racing Blue, are all normally top teams anyway. Also, I think the top 3 being BMWs also tells a story, and particularly being so far ahead. It's really impressive.
I think the window's pretty good on it. What the standout for me on the BMW in comparison to the rest of the cars is its fuel numbers. Just how easy it is to to save fuel and pick up an extra couple of laps here and there. I think so far we've grabbed an extra lap every stint the yellow car has on every other car throughout the race. So that's a huge fuel save, and to be out there running around on these times, it's just that operating window is so large because of the fuel save. Like when you're lifting coast so much earlier, the car's balanced, you don't hurt the tyres. It just keeps momentum up through the mid-turn. That's where the big difference is it just seems to respond very well to that fuel save.
Yeah, excellent here as we bringing us on board, but from West Orange Motors, as we're on board with the leaders and gonna go take you around a lap. So we're just starting at the second corner. So yeah, absolutely beautiful there, just kissing the apex and not quite getting up on the curb on the outside. As you said, a couple of the HGS Racing guys have come unstuck on that curb, so they're just staying off it a little bit, but going right up to it, braking at just about the 100-meter board. I imagine down second or first, not sure there. Leaving quite a bit of margin on the outside because it's there's not much time to be had out there, and you run the risk of getting on the gravel, getting a 1X, which you don't want. Nice over the curb on the entry, getting onto the curb on the inside, using all the curb on the outside because you want to be as wide as you can before you get into this corner. Get up on that curb on the inside, accelerate as soon as you can without putting yourself onto that gravel on the outside. Straight line that bit. Now we're getting to one of the trickiest corners, particularly when you're trying to be careful with 1Xs. You're braking here, getting up onto that curve on the inside and going out, but not going too far over the red. That might just have got away without not being a 1X. And it's the same story at this corner. You don't want to go too far on the inside, because if you go over that yellow curb on the inside, you can get a 1X. But likewise, if you go onto the red on the outside, you can get a 1X. And that's why drivers struggle there, because they'll have one lap, they'll unsteal a bit, they get into red, they get 1X, they think, right, I need to turn in a little bit earlier, take off a bit more speed. They overcompensate a little bit, and then they get over the yellow curb on the inside and get a 1X the other way. So it's really tricky, particularly for the drivers that are a little bit slower, have a little bit more natural variation in their lap times and how they take corners, because they're just not as quite as accomplished yet. Makes that corner really tricky, particularly if you're really focused on the 1Xs and wanting to avoid them. And we've just been joined in the comms box by Gregory Brooks. Gregory, how you going?
Well, yeah, not bad.
Not bad. Who are you driving for today?
We're Tractix Blue today, having a grand old time in second last.
Yeah, a few incidents I've seen. Do you want to talk us through your race?
Crap show after crap show. It's been wonderful. At the moment, we're flirting with 69X. Yeah, we've had a really bad day. I don't know whether it's set up or what, because one of the guys made a change last night and said, "Yep, this is a really good setup." So I don't know what the go is. We're not doing too well. Philip and I have just had a really rough day today, so yeah, we're just enjoying ourselves, just plodding along, having fun when we get the chance.
It's been strange because at times you put in some decent lap times. Like, I'm looking at your best as a 31.1, which is comparable to most of the field. Most of the field, their best lap times being a high 1 minute 30, so not far off. And just a few. Looks like you had to work harder for the pace. Like, it's been generating a few errors. So yeah, is that a fair summary of the race?
Yeah. So it just, I don't know, the car just doesn't feel like it's turning like I need it to. I mean, I was doing 29s in practice sessions, and I just don't think we were ready for such high track temps. Most of our running was in anywhere between low 20s to mid 30s, so yeah, I just think just the higher track temps, I just need to change my driving style a little bit, so it's just not working out for us.
Yeah, we're running the Lambo as well. I did notice when I got in the car, I immediately understeered at corner 3. Well, effectively corner 3, the downhill right-hander, because I just couldn't carry the speed that I carried in even in practice in the warm-up before this, and had to adjust a bit. But we've still been able to extract some decent pace. So I think our setup was probably just about in the window, depending on the temperatures, and yours must be a little bit different and just out of it for like the vast majority of the time.
Yeah, so since I set my fastest lap, which was like early on my first stint, I'm pretty sure, and the nice cool track temps, ever since then I'm losing like 2 to 3 tenths in that corner alone, and it's just been killing me.
Yeah, that first stint I reckon was one of the fastest we've seen all race. Just like looking at the lap times and remembering back, that was when a lot of these best lap times were set, particularly the 1 minute 30 dead. That was definitely in the first stint, if I'm remembering. I say definitely. I say definitely, and then say if I'm remembering. But I'm pretty confident that was in the first stint. And I think maybe towards the back end of our second. Hang on, let me get this right. Third stint, back end of our third stint, and start of our fourth stint, we had some decent pace. I think I was going low 1 minute 31s, and then the next guy stepped in and kept it in the 1 minute 31s, and I think dipped very occasionally into the dipped once into the 1 minute 30s.
No. Well, there goes the penalty.
Save it.
We were trying to hang on to 12th place from HTS Green. We thought if we can just hang on for these last few laps, but flirting with 69 incidents just wasn't going to happen. Phil's been trying really hard. It's just I don't know why we got so many incidents. Like, I've never had this much trouble, but
I think it's sometimes as well when you can't find the pace. Are you going to have to jump in here, or is he going to continue? Let's just drive.
No, he's gonna finish the race. It's just a drive through.
Sometimes when you're like a bit down on pace, you start looking for pace, and then you lose more pace because you start overdriving it as well. Like, it's one of those horrible things when things aren't going your way. You can kind of sometimes end up adjusting yourself and making it worse. At least I find I do that anyway.
Well, my worst stint, I was doing exactly that. It was actually my first stint because I was pushing so hard to try and keep up, because these Mercs and the BMWs, they're just breezing away from us on the straights. Like, we're running a 6-wing at the moment just to try and keep good traction, but I was pushing so hard, and by the time I did my pit stop, the worst percentage of tyre usage was I was down to 30%, and so I was ripping through those tyres just trying to keep up.
Yeah, we're also running 6-wing, but our tyre wear has been more at around 50%.
Once we slowed down, we were around about that. I think Phil was at like 67 on his first stint, but he was running like 2-3 seconds a lap slower because he's just trying to take it easy. But as we kind of went on, you were more averaging high 40s. For our worst, I think it was our front left tyre.
That'd make some sense, particularly if you're trail braking a fair bit.
Yeah, well, trying everything we can to try and keep decent pace and capitalize on the corner entry and exits over the faster cars. We haven't got the pace to keep them on the straights.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like it's just going to be one of those races to chalk up to. Well, this didn't happen for us today. Hopefully, no reason to believe it'll be the same next time. Every reason to believe it'll be better next time, and just sort of banish it from memory. I reckon.
Yeah, we'll pretend this one didn't happen. Enjoy the 3 points, even any points are good points. We're trying to advocate for a pit entry trophy, most pit entries in the whole race. So I assume we'd probably do more than some teams put together at this rate.
Well, you're up to eight pits from what I can see, and then majority of teams are on 5, where a few that have got drive-throughs on 6 or 7. So you're not far off. Maybe 1 or 2 more. Just get a few more X's, maybe a little spin, a little crash will get you up there.
Yeah, I'll get Phil onto that one.
I reckon you got to commit to it, right? If you're gonna ask for the trophy, you got to commit to winning it and make sure the car ahead, the Tactics Racing Green, they're on 7, so they're right up your heels. You're gonna need to get another one just to get a bit of a safety buffer in there.
Yeah, it's not Tractics teams in general. It's not our day. Poor Halsoy got here we go again.
Oh, it's the wall as well. There you go.
Okay. So yep, that's cool, man. All right, hang on. I've got a request.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's gonna keep going. That's cool. Yeah, we Halsoy had an issue with his first pit stop. He ended up having tire issues. That the game didn't have tires checked, so he was running his second stint with already destroyed tires. So
yeah, there was something going on with like a glitch in the game with that one too, wasn't there?
Yeah, we also had a similar issue, but because I was watching the black box at the time, I saw it change as he entered the pits and just fix it up as we went. But I think the other boys didn't notice the change after they already went in. Yeah, and I think for some reason they had damage from the moment that they entered the pits, so they didn't touch anything, or I have no idea what happened, to be honest.
Yeah, it was weird. I was trying to work out why they dropped back, because it did say there was a crash, and then it just cut to you guys coming into the pits. I was like, oh, okay, fair enough. That's great. Just as well, while I remember, we've just had a couple of comments. Thanks to everyone who's commenting as well. No drive-through for purple. It was a fast repair. So that's interesting there. As well, we do have a shout out to Chase, 92 laps and counting with a 0x, which around here is pretty good going. So Chase being in 6th place for HTS Racing Red.
That cuts deep. That cuts real deep.
It's that's really hard to do. Well, I think our best has been one of our guys got a 1x in his 40 lap stint. Maybe even across 2 stints, but 0x around 92 laps. That's got to be worth a point, right? Surely.
Well, I'm going to advocate that I can do better than Chase. I can get an incident more incidents than I can laps completed.
You know what? The way your race has been going, I'm not going to bet against you.
5 laps to go, 4 incidents to go. Let's see how we go here.
Let's see how you go. Or you get another one before the end of the race. What odds are you offering, Sam?
Odds aren't good on this. I'm not going to be giving away much money on this one. In fact, I might join in the bet on that side of things. That Lamborghini is not looking in its best nick and has looked a bit skittish at the best of times. So.
Yeah, it looked skittish when it was in one piece, and it's had a few incidents since then. Tires getting overheated. We had a bump with the barrier. It's not pristine, is it? It's like when you see the boxer at the end of the 3rd round, and the nose is in the wrong direction, and they've got a tooth missing, and you're thinking, yeah, this isn't going to be pretty.
I'm actually tempted to ask Kalsoy because he's only 2.6 seconds behind us. We might have to ask him to push us along a little bit.
One Lambo that's not struggling, ILEC. They're the head Lambo at the moment. They're the lead non-BMW car, 44 seconds behind HTS Racing Blue. They've come up 2 spots. They started in 6th. They're up to get into 4th, and they've had a quietly a really strong race. We did have some speculation that they might be looking at a drive-through to begin with, but I've been reliably informed that graphic was definitely wrong and really overrepresenting their one axes, which are actually quite comfortably away from the drive-through, which tallies with what we've seen because they were in the battle for 6th and they've gradually moved up the positions and shown what the Lambo can do around here.
Yeah, Liam, I actually got some intel about 40 minutes ago just on what the incident points were. Tractix Blue is blowing them out of the water with 54 at that point. At that point. And then we had the Kidney Stone brothers 32, Tractix Green 30, and then everyone else was below 30 with the 2 Vermilion guys getting close, 22 and 27. So you guys, you're in the Spyro the Lambo, 21. That's not too bad. So hopefully get away without a drive-through, which is it's a really good effort round here if you get away without a drive-through, honestly.
And I got 10 of those, so we can definitely I'll definitely thank my other 2 drivers for allowing me that leeway to get 10. I will say most of that was at the start of this, and I just struggled with understeer, like you were saying, like I just couldn't get it to rotate, and had a few off tracks at the start, couldn't get it into the corners, and then once I got the tyres up to speed and I adapted my driving a little bit, the second half of the stint was a lot better. They were low 30, mid to low 31s at that point. It just took me a while to get there. Shep's been driving excellent all day though. He's been consistently as fast, if not faster, than the cars around him, and he's definitely the reason we're in 8th and been able to take advantage of some of the struggles in the cars around us and come back through. But I won't give him too much praise because he also got us to drive through at the beginning. So he's just correcting his mistake.
Yeah, that was an interesting thing. We were right behind that at one stage. So was that your incident with, was it Kidney Stone?
Yeah.
We were right behind that and kind of gave me a bit of a brown pants moment.
I can imagine. Whenever anyone gets turned in front of you, it's always really, really scary.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, one of those things. Pushed it a little bit wide on the exit. Tapped them in the rear. It's one of those things in a normal race you might get away with it. You might just get 5 second or they might just say like a lap 1 incident. But given it was an endurance race, that was always going to be a harsh penalty, just too hard on lap 1.
Yeah, that's right.
I think, and it's probably because we put ourselves out of position with qualifying. We didn't use a qualifying setup basically. We just took a bit of fuel out, so we were a bit below where we probably on pace would have liked to have qualified and trying to make up for it on lap 1. Which happens.
It does.
Yeah. As well, Liam, I've just put up the championship points because we didn't get around to doing it earlier on. So HTS Yellow looking very good at the moment, dominant.
Taking PGZ's position at the top.
Yes, and then followed by Blue, who's in 3rd. So it looks like they'll hold on to that. Actually, they will drop below the million if they're providing this hold. So it's a good battle for 2nd place there. Sad to see we don't have our Stonks guys involved in this one.
They usually good value.
Yeah, and then we've got HCS Red, Australia-wide Racing Pink, who are in 6th and 7th spot. Your team, Spyro the Lambo, in 7th, only just behind Pink there. And
and we're in 8th, so we'll lose a little bit of ground to those, and we're going to see ILEC Motorsport jump up as they have a second strong result in a row with 4th place. I imagine they'll overtake some of those cars, particularly like Brad Lino on here today. Tactics Racing Blue and Green both had a tough day, so I imagine we'll see them take them over. Black Mullen Racing not racing today, so they'll probably hop up into potentially even probably into the top 10. Where in the top 10 I wouldn't like to guess. It really depends how the points work out. I can't imagine they'll get into the top 7. I imagine Spyro's done enough to stay there, but they'll be heading into that battle for the lower end of the top 10 after this, I imagine. Faulkner's just gone off track for Vermilion Motorsport. Looks like just a regular off track.
And I would say that this is probably the final lap, Liam.
And Philip Fox has entered the pit lane. There you go. Tactics Racing Blue. They've made it to they've made an extra pit stop to really put their numbers up. So yeah, I wonder if that's a drive-through.
As well, we've got a comment in there saying Macca's doing good business today. We did have a good meme in the Discord. We've got their Lamborghini at the drive-through that they have visited a lot, a fair few times today.
That's excellent. That's it's great when you can have a bad race and have a laugh about it. That's superb. I wonder how you'd reach, because the Lambo's quite low, right? So it'd be really hard to reach up to grab your stuff and pay for your food.
Probably would. Yeah, just ask them to put you in the parking bay. Get it home delivered.
I reckon after this race, I've got to drive for about an hour down south, so I could. I'm tempted to pop in and get myself some nuggies on the way home, on the way there even. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. I'm heading off to dinner, so I can't eat too much. Anyway, we're about to start. About to come around for the checker flag. 6 hours are up. HGS Racing Yellow has absolutely steamrolled the field. They've not just beaten them. They've beaten them so hard that they've passed away. They've dismembered the body. They've done everything they possibly can and been utterly dominant. And we're going to have to wait quite a while for Ben Faulkner and Vermilion Motorsports to come across the line. They've been overlapped. So that's Vermilion Motorsports back. Let's just come over to solidify 5th place. Now HGS Racing Blue is going to cross the line to solidify 3rd. Here comes Spyro the Lambo in 8th. Tactics Racing Blue in 13th after their horror race. 2 more of the HGS Racing guys. HGS Racing Red and Blue and Green have all crossed the line. Everyone's mixed up because there have been that many people overlapping each other that they're all just finishing out of sync, out of order. Who's this? This is going to be the Australia-wide Racing purple entry. They've finished in 9th place. And we're just going to wait for the rest of the cars to come across the field. Fastest lap of the race. No surprises here. That goes as well to HGS Racing Yellow with a 1 minute 30.03. Although HGS Racing Blue gave it a real good go on the last lap with a 1:30.1. So within a tenth of the second of the fastest lap, but not quite able to steal it from the stablemates and take a bit of pride back after the absolute drubbing that HGS Racing Yellow has served us here today. Here we go, still waiting for cars to cross the line. Here we go, there's Ben Faulkner, 2nd place for Vermilion Motorsport. They'll be pretty happy with that. As I said, I didn't give it too much practice before getting in. So 2nd place was probably about all they could really hope for. As I said, they're going to look to try and rectify that and take a win for the end of the series. So look for them to be fast at the next 2 races. Hopefully they can. Hopefully them and HGS Racing Blue, because we've seen HGS Racing Blue give HGS Racing Yellow a run for the money at times. Hopefully they can get up there and really give us a battle in the next race. And Arlec Motorsport running the flag for the Lambos. They win the battle of the Lambos. They're first out of the 4 Lambos in the field today. And with the next track being Road Atlanta, a bit more corners there. That might suit the Lambo better. So we'll have to wait and see. But it's going to be hard to beat these BMWs because they have been absolutely planted. And HGS Racing Yellow with enough fuel in the tank to do some donuts and give us a bit of a scene of celebration. Not going too well. What's he doing here? Just doing a bit of a burnout. You'd love to see them celebrating after the race. Really, really good job. Absolute class of the field. And there we go. We've hit the wall. Car's done this job. It's not needed anymore. You can do what you want with it now. And this camera is brought to you by one of our club sponsors, Waste Options, who bring you the GT4 and the GT3 Championship that is being run tomorrow, which I'll be back in the commentary booth for, alongside the ever-popular Zach Caben. So there you go. That is the 6 hours of Red Bull done. 3 rounds down in the Endurance Championship. 2 more to go. What's your thoughts, Sam?
Yeah, no, it was some good racing. It was a depleted field, but especially in those early stages, there was some good racing. Spread out a lot towards the end, but yeah, very impressive by HTS Yellow. They were clearly the class of the field from the get-go. They were pumping out half a second a lap faster times, and they were able to keep it clean enough to keep that together, almost lapping every car in the field except that first Vermilion car. So very well done to them.
Did they not lap it in the end?
There was one car that didn't get lapped, and that was Ben Faulkner in the Vermilion.
Yeah, 1 minute 27 behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, so very, very close given their fastest laps are 1 minute 30 dead. So just a couple of seconds in it.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of HTS Yellow, we have Todd Hayne in the booth with us. Walk us through. Great race from you. Get yourself off mute as well.
Oh, and we've been joined with Ben Fulton as well. So we've got the top two here in the booth with us. Todd, you're off mute. How are you going?
Good, thanks, lad.
Want to walk us through your absolutely dominant victory here today?
I've got a dicky button here, hang on a sec. Yeah, pretty good race. Trusser and I did a fair bit of work through the week to build the set, so yeah, everything just went together well, and yeah, bit of luck goes our way, and it was good.
Yeah, it looked easy. Was it easy behind the wheel? Car looked absolutely planted.
Yeah, the car was planted so it was pretty easy to drive, so it always makes it a lot more fun when you got a nice easy car to drive.
It certainly does, particularly for an endurance race. You don't mind a hard car to drive if it's fast in a shorter race, but in endurance you just want it to be easy to drive. I don't want to wrestle it for an hour every stint. Yeah, but like you said, you put in the work to get that set up to give you the planted car, and it's really paid dividends with the final winning margin being an hour and 27. Were you pushing to try and get the whole field overlapped at the end there?
Yeah, yeah, we were.
And of course, the car you're trying to overlap, the car that finished in second was Vermilion Motorsport. We've got two of their drivers here now, Ben Fulton and Connor Nixon. I take it once you realised that them overlapping you might have been on, I guess you also would have picked up the pace just to try and make sure that didn't happen.
No confirm or deny.
I mean, I was just trying to like not get any more incident points because we were getting like way too close for comfort.
What did you finish on in the end?
We had 27 out of 30. But yeah,
Our other car was a bit closer than us.
I think they're on 29 out of 30, so they're about a hair away.
I always think it's amazing. Before the race, there was some chat on the Discord about raising the instant points because it's Red Bull. It's an instant point generator. No matter how many instant points there always seems to be a whole heap of cars that manage to finish the race just underneath it. So
that was definitely on the limit of being just enough. But yeah, it was a good race.
Yeah, it was good racing. How we saw you at the beginning, so let's go for the race a little bit. HTS Racing Yellow, start on the pole, pulled away a bit at the beginning, pulled a gap. You had HTS Racing Blue behind him, about half a second lap slow, which gave Yellow a nice gap at the beginning. And then we saw... Who was it that got past? It wasn't you guys. Who was in second at that early point? Was it?
I think it was the AWR Mercedes.
Yeah. And then you overtook HTS Racing Blue at the start of the second stint. At what point did you realise that the win definitely wasn't on and second was gonna be your best? Was it immediately once HTS Racing Yellow started putting in laps, or was it at the start of that second stint when you got clean air and realised that you couldn't quite match them?
I think it was actually we had a plan going into the race, and the plan worked out pretty well. I think we're just going more of a strategy thing, really, and a championship, really. I think, I don't know if Ben wants to confirm or deny that, but yeah, I think we've just been more. I think the win was like we noticed Yellow was pretty quick off the practice, we were like, oh, okay, the setup's good. Then the track started evolving, and we were like, yeah, this is not good. But yeah.
Yeah, it was the HS Racing Yellow were just absolutely superb here today. We've also been joined in the comms box by David Johnson, which is a name we'll all recognise. David Johnson runs the series, runs the login systems endurance series for us, and also drives for HTS Racing Red. So they had a strong race, finishing in 6th, so the lead of that second pack for much of the race. We've had a few requests while you're away, David. We had some requests for Phillip Island next season.
Yeah, I'll file that one away in the pocket, and we'll see how we go.
Let's see how we go.
I was actually listening at the time. I just was just holding fire and
excellent.
doing a bit of spotting. But yeah, no, I did hear all of that.
Excellent. Good to know. It's
John,
nice to know.
If John's listening, he doesn't need to file that officially. It's noted duly.
That's noted, Julie. There you go. I'm sure that'll make him very happy. We had a bit of a track discussion for those of you that weren't with us about what tracks would be good after a good tonic after Coda and Red Bull Ring, where 1Xs were definitely on everybody's mind. From after we spoke to you, everything seemed to just went smoothly for that last hour. If anything, you look like you were catching Vermilion Motorsports Black towards the end there potentially.
Yeah, so they having a look at the results now. They've finished with 1X off a drive-through. So I got to shout out to them. I think they might have done the whole last stint with 1X left in the bag. So I think they were taking it pretty careful accordingly, and we were trying to Chase was pulling out some awesome laps, trying to get them close enough so that if the drive-through became a thing, we would have been in contention. So yeah, shout out to them. They held off and did it with 29X and got it done. But no, look, the biggest thing in our days, I don't know how he did it. What a freak. Chased it 112 laps, 0X.
Yeah, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, our second team was on one instant point for pretty much 75% of their last stint.
Yeah, we pretty much, it was quite, Ben and I, we've got, we were in two different chats, and I went up to the chat when they were on the straight, so I didn't startle them or anything, just just in case they spun or anything. But I tell you what, they were just cruising. Like I think they put the cruise control on, and that was it. But yeah, they were definitely very nervous, but they got there in the end. Shout out to them as well. Like Dave said, they did well. Yeah, we kind of threw that team last minute. We were like, oh, who wants to drive and who doesn't want to drive? And we were like, oh, yep, Millsy and OP, yep, done. And yeah, they're a legend of a team. They did really well. So yeah,
they did do very well, finishing in 5th place, which is a really strong result. No matter who you are, pretty much getting into top 5 in this series, even with only 13 cars out. A lot of the cars in the series are cars that were strong last season towards the top. Obviously, Vermilion Motorsports is always in the top no matter what. Towards the top, no matter what you're competing in. HTS always towards the top. Australia Ride Racing, they've got some really strong drivers. So there's a lot of talent in this field. So to finish in 4th is an absolutely brilliant effort. One car that didn't do. That struggled a bit, but not as much as their stablemates. Tractix Racing Green, we got Krista Halsoy in the comms box with us. You finished in 11th place in the end, managing to finish ahead of HTS Racing Green and Tractix Racing Blue. Do you want to talk us through your race a bit? I can't imagine it's quite as eventful as your stablemates in Tractix Racing Blue.
No, they seem to have sort of a blast, or maybe not as much. They had a bad time apparently. We had a bad time on our own as well, but that was for entirely different reasons. We had the weirdest pit stop I've ever seen. First pit stop with a driver change, the tires didn't actually get changed and the car took damage during driver swap. And it held for 10 seconds for no reason. So we lost 10 seconds plus got damage and didn't get to change tires. It just, yeah, they went down for there, which also then cost a meatball because the tires blew. So a weird race.
That's utterly bizarre. Has anyone heard of any bugs or anything like that happening to other people?
I think in our last race it put on tyres twice for some reason, so we had a few troubles with pit stops then.
Oh, that was Sebring. Yeah, that was a day for you guys to forget.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, it
That's,
was downhill after that. So
Well, yeah, I can imagine. That's a pretty steep downhill to get you started off when it's nothing you can do about it. What position were you running before that?
honestly, I don't remember. It's either 8th or 7th, I think. We expected if that hadn't happened, we probably would have been in the running somewhere in that area between 6th and 8th, somewhere.
You were in that battle with HGS Racing Red, weren't you? They were sort of in the battle, and that battle pack sort of lasted the whole race. It just sort of who was there with them sort of changed. So at one point, I think it was you guys and Kenny Stone brothers that were up there with them. So that would track.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully those gremlins can be put out to slaughter before the next race. Are you looking forward to the 4 hours of Road Atlanta?
Well, that is like eating ice cream after having a mouthful of sand. That was this track. So I mean, yeah.
Ice cream after a mouthful of sand. There you go. Heard it here. So definitely looking forward to Road Atlanta. Then it is an absolutely wonderful track. Really difficult though with that blind downhill section. That's definitely going to catch the drivers out, isn't it?
Hopefully not.
Yeah, hopefully not you guys. You've had your bad luck this race. You get to have a clean race next time. We'll get, the guys who had a good race this time, the likes of Vermilion and HS Racing Yellow, they can have the troubles next time. Right?
Yeah, you hear that, HCS? We get the free win next race. It's a done deal.
Gotta share the love.
I'll say yes to that.
A lot,
There you go, you hit it
of,
here.
a lot of laps for the bump draft to push to the finish.
Yeah. I don't know if you want a bump draft going over that hill. That's gonna be sketchy without any bump draft. It's not one I'm looking forward to in the Lambo. Not gonna lie. As much as I love that track, it's
all I can think is that ice cream after a mouthful of sand is going on the poster. Yeah.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Gotta have to remember that so we can bring that up in the coverage at the start. So we can make sure everybody knows we're here to have our ice cream. Maybe we should organise, everyone that's not in the car to have a coordinated ice cream meeting during the first stint.
I'm not sure how we tied in with login systems, but we'll try and find a way.
Yeah, Login Systems, of course, the series sponsor for the Endurance series, and really happy to have them on board. They've came aboard. The reason we got this broadcast, the reason the series is running and popular, and we're able to show you some of the great racing that we've had across the first 3 events, and hopefully the great racing that's to come at Road Atlanta and at Bathurst across the remainder of the series. All right, so I think we'll move towards wrapping up the broadcast soon. Have we got any final thoughts from any of our drivers on the panel? Any thoughts about the season coming up? What they're aiming for? Any challenges to issue? What have you got for us?
Yeah, probably a quick club focused stuff. Just again, thank you to all the drivers that took place today. Today was a bit of quality over quantity. We would love to see a bigger grid, and hopefully we will for Road Atlanta and Bathurst. But I think from what probably felt like a bit of a dry race from a commentary point of view was really down to the quality of driving. There was something to play for all day, and everyone was pushing pretty hard out there. And the other one from a club point of view is coming up 6th of May, we're going to go solo endurance racing. So a bit of a preparation for the official Nürburgring 24-hour the weekend after. 6 p.m. Saturday, the 6th of May, the club will do a Nürburgring 2.4 hour where people can either drive solo or in pairs. So really looking forward to that. No broadcast, but really good chance to have a good hit out within the club. I think we're in the 20-somethings for registrations so far. And then the night after that, obviously, we've got the event that Pete Mattson subbing to put on with the Australian Supercars League, where we will go head-to-head GSRC versus them in Supercars around Talladega, and that one will be broadcast. So 6th and 7th of May, a couple of really big club events that people can still get involved in.
I think I'll stick to the 86 around the Nürburgring, something slow. And that interclub event should be good too, which I think is broadcast with Zach and everyone, isn't it?
Yeah, correct. I'll wave to you on the way past at the Nürburgring, Sam.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, is it the Nürburgring? It's just the Nürburgring. It's not the Nordschleife, right?
No, full.
It's the
full
full blow.
Nordschleife.
You're gonna get like
Full
2
bad
laps
boy.
in the 86.
That's all I need. I'd probably only get one, to be honest. If that's providing I get round a lap.
One driving, one repairing.
Yeah, how many fast repairs?
Just the one.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what the number is, it won't be enough for you, Sam.
It sure won't.
Yeah, so that's a couple of things to look forward to at the GSRC.
I was just going to... Thanks, Dave and everyone, for... Oh, button's been faulty. Thanks for hosting this all, by the way, Dave, and all the sponsors. Really appreciate it. And the rest of the HGS crew for helping out too. So thanks, guys.
Yeah, it's been...
Perfect. Let's do it all again in... Well, in May.
I was actually just going to say, short note, could the track be a little bit colder next time? Maybe 30 degrees, maybe? Question mark? Big one?
Well, I think we're actually going to get the opposite. So it's always set to real world Australian date and time. So I imagine we're about to head into Northern Hemisphere summer. It's probably actually going to get hotter. But Bathurst, you should have some good luck.
Okay, cool. I was good.
I don't know. It's still snowing here in Norway, so...
Yeah, we go with that.
There you go. That'd be plenty cool for you. We'll just have a round in Norway next season.
But the other one was just thanks Sam, Liam, and the race control team. It's adds a lot to the day. Much appreciated.
Yeah, race control being run by Sean, Dean, and Josh. So big thank you to them. It's great when we can have race control. Hopefully we'll get a safety car next time out. That'd be nice.
I thought we were going to get one in the last 10 minutes when Tractix Blue was throwing it in the wall. I thought this is going to be make it very interesting. The issue of competition cautions is still out there. I'm not a fan personally, but I know there's still a few people calling for it. We'll see how we go heading into Road Atlanta, whether that becomes a thing or not.
As someone not racing in the series, but producing and commentating, I am a fan of competition cautions.
Yes.
Just putting that one out there. So
Yeah, the timing might almost be set, so it's about an hour or 5 left in the race, just as the broadcast comes back. If we were going to be a bit sneaky, but we'll work it out.
yeah, just give me a heads up beforehand.
Yeah, just don't tell any of the drivers. Just let them find out on the race day. That'll go down well.
Yeah, we're not here.
Yeah, did you note that down, Ben? I think I noted it down.
Oh, I've got a few notepads, but I've got them down.
Yeah, Roger. Too easy.
All the teams, I got that one fast driver now just rubbing their hands together like, yes, we'll take competition cautions.
I think competition are always good. It always makes it exciting. So, yeah, I'm all up for it. I think it saved our Zandvoort race, so I think it's definitely a good thing. So yeah, bring on the competition cautions.
Yeah, and I think as well with the fields not being huge this season too, it's good to get the racing back close together. I think when you've got massive fields, it's often not required because there are sort of battles going along all over the place. But it might spice things up a little bit here.
Yeah, something does. I sort of sit on the fence. I see the appeal, but I'm also a little bit of a purist. I like that, particularly with a safety car that could happen without it being mandated. When it could happen, I like that there's that bit of jeopardy. And it doesn't feel. Mind you, I'm really torn because if you know it's coming, you prepare for it, right? So as long as people know it's coming and they know it's a thing, it's fair. I don't get that argument that it's somehow unfair to cars at the front. They still get an advantage over the next stint because they'll start at the front after the competition caution. But I don't know. There's something. Yeah, I don't know. I need some time to digest and think about my thoughts and come to a position and
we'll
get
give you the time to digest then, Liam, over the next few weeks before the next broadcast and come back with an opinion on it. It better be the right opinion.
Alright, you'll have to try and convince me offline, see if you get into any more Monday night broadcasts for throwing in the last second so we can have a chat before that goes live. Talking about that gap until the next race to get thoughts sorted out, I think we'll start that in the next few minutes. So we'd just like to thank all of the club sponsors that have made this broadcast and all the broadcasts that we bring to you at the GSRC and all of the races, and they are running across the bottom of your screen now. So paused. Astute Finance Insurance and Wealth, Blackout Electrical Solutions, who sponsor the Porsche Cup, Fisher Door Lawyers, Flash Graphics, who've been around for a little while now, Login Systems, who of course are the title sponsor for this endurance series, and we thank them extra heaps for for being on this particular broadcast. Waste Options, who will bring to you the GT4 and the GT3s tomorrow night. West Orange Motors will bring to you some of the onboard footage that we've got. And I believe one more to go. Waste Options. Oh, Astute Financial Insurance Wealth. We've seen them. We thank them all the same. Great club partners, as are Blackout Electrical Solutions. Fisher Door Lawyers. Flash Graphics.
They're going round in circles, Lamb, so I don't think
Yeah, I
we
know,
can
but
find
where's
any
Waste
new
Options?
ones.
We missed the Waste Options.
Okay, alright, fair enough.
There we go, there they are. Waste Options. I'm sure we missed them. Did we miss them? No, did we? I'm going mad. I'm going mad. It's been a long broadcast. We were racing in the middle of it. So thank you very much for joining us. It's been lovely to have you on board again. Thanks for joining us in the comms box multiple times, Connor and Ben. Thanks to David for joining us in the comm box as well and give us an update on all things happening in the GSRC. Thanks to all the other drivers that joined us into the comms box. Thanks to all the drivers that took part in the race, and obviously without you the broadcast doesn't happen, and the racing. So thanks to everyone taking part, particularly those that had a tough race but stayed in it, so we can keep those car numbers up towards the end. I'm Liam Banks. Alongside me, bringing you the production has been Sam Chapman. From us and everybody else at the GSRC, good night, and we'll see you in a month's time.